Okay, good morning, everybody. I will call to order the January 13th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
And I'm here. At this time, please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, it's been my pleasure to call this meeting to order of the 2026 County Board of Supervisors. This marks the 176th convening of the Santa Barbara County's highest legislative body. And I will now accept nominations for the position of Chair and Vice Chair of the Board of Supervisors for 2026, who also sit as Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District, the Laguna County Sanitation District, and other special districts as appropriate. I will now entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
Chair Capps, I would like to make a motion to nominate Supervisor Bob Nelson as Chair and Supervisor Joan Hartman as Vice Chair.
Excellent.
I'll second that.
Okay, excellent. We have a motion as a second and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Motion passes. Okay, now that that's settled, I have a few reflections as outgoing chair from 2025. It has been quite a year. And what an honor the past 12 months has been serving as chair of this incredible board at this incredible place of Santa Barbara County. To be entrusted in this role to help lead the decisions that all five of us make in this county to improve people's lives, strengthen this wonderful community, and build a better future for our children. I want to begin with a few important thank yous. First, to my colleagues on this board, thank you for your partnership, for the diversity of perspectives, for your willingness to roll up your sleeves, I've seen it, for your readiness to make tough decisions. Even when we don't always see everything the same, we are bound together by a deep love for this county, a shared responsibility for the people who call it home, and a respect for good governance on the local level. It is truly an honor and actually a whole lot of fun to serve alongside of you. And second, to our county staff, our County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato sets the tone, and our CEO's office meets the moment, your steady leadership and guidance, especially during moments of uncertainty, and we've had many. To Jacqueline Alexander and the clerk of the board's team, thank you for your precision, your upbeatness, your professionalism, and the countless efforts behind the scenes that ensure that our democracy functions for you, the people, meeting after meeting. And for our dedicated department heads, many of whom are here, and the people that work for you, all 4,700 of them. I think about every time when I meet with county staff or I see them out in the field, I try to remember to thank them, because the fact that people serve and choose to work for the county is really a testament and a value statement of their values. And third, most importantly, our county residents. Thank you for entrusting us with the responsibility to govern on your behalf, and especially those that come to our meetings. Your engagement, or write to us, or call us. Your engagement, your advocacy, your care for this place that we call home, your belief that government can and should be a force for good continues to inspire me. This past year has been marked by sweeping change and at times unsettling chaos at the national level. Many people are feeling anxious and uncertain and disconnected from the institutions that are meant to serve and protect them. In moments like these, local governments matter more than ever. I am proud that Santa Barbara County has been a steady presence amidst that turbulence. The 5 of us serve one boss. That's you, the people of this county. We report to you, whether or not you voted for us, voted at all, or not. While I take pride in what we've accomplished, our responsibility to always do better is what we push for. While the national headlines have been loud and unpredictable and distracting, our county has continued to deliver the essential services people depend on for their safety, their dignity, and their quality of life. And while there's always more work to do and ways to do it better, we have shown again and again that government grounded in shared values and a commitment to excellence and public trust can still work. We have shown that no matter your background, your politics, how you identify, or the work you do, this board strives to lead based on values we share: inclusion, compassion, and opportunity for all. That commitment feels especially important right now. Recent events in the country and here in our backyard, including severe federal cuts to safety net programs, immigrant enforcement actions, have sown fear and instability. They're reminders that national decisions can have very real consequences here for families and communities. Again, in moments like this, local leadership matters. Over the past year, when ICE has made communities less safe, this board has stood up for immigrant communities, affirming that Santa Barbara County is a place where families should feel valued and supported. We expanded mental health services for those impacted by family separation. We strengthened our legislative platform, and we demanded more transparency here and from the administration. We also strengthened public safety. Many of those folks dedicated to public safety are here, by strengthening and streamlining our 911 system, something I'm personally committed to. We've unlocked county-owned land for affordable housing, my number one goal, because for far too long, the government has literally been sitting on its own assets rather than leading by example. And we know that the simple reality that people cannot afford to live where they work is the center of nearly every challenge we face as a community. We also took major steps towards a more resilient future, doubling solar capacity on county facilities, saving taxpayers $60 million, and making the historic decision to ban new onshore oil and gas development, expanding reliance on renewable energy. And yes, speaking of oil, even on the most controversial topics, with marathon meetings and record-breaking public comment, in fact, 168 people spoke at a 7-hour hearing, this board and this community remained respectful and showed that civic engagement is not only possible, it can be productive and powerful. That is something that in 2025, we should all be proud of for Santa Barbara County. Through it all, Santa Barbara County has offered consistency in the midst of the chaos, a steady hand focused on practical solutions that make people's lives better. It's been an honor to serve as chair during this time in our history. I do believe that Santa Barbara County is writing a different history. I'm honored to continue to serve on behalf of the residents of the 2nd District and the entire county in the year ahead. And I'm really proud to pass the gavel to Supervisor Nelson, someone I enjoy working with immensely. I look forward to continue to find common ground with you and to learn from you, the strong preparation you bring to everything you do, and to work with all of you to continue to move Santa Barbara forward. Let's do this in 2026. Thank you. Okay. I think now I just stand up and hand you the gavel and give you a hug. Where's the battery phone? It's on its way.
The bat phone's en route.
go.
I didn't have these glasses when I started this job. Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Before I say anything else, I want to start off by recognizing my mom. My mother was a career county employee and is a county retiree. For a time, she was a single mom raising 2 boys. She believed deeply in public service, not as a slogan, but as a responsibility. She taught us that showing up matters, that work matters, and that if you're going to serve the public, you do it with humility and toughness. A heart for service and a willingness to work hard, harder than expected, can take you a long way in county government. Mom, thank you for that example. I also want to recognize my wife, Jamie, and my kids, Avery and Zeke, and my son, Andrew, who isn't able to be here today. Jamie, you're my partner in every sense of the word. You carry the unseen weight of this job, the long nights, the weekends, and the constant pull between public service and private life. And you do it with grace, wisdom, and strength. To my kids, you are my why. You are my motivation. You're the reason I care so deeply about affordability, opportunity, safety, and the kind of county you will grow up in and live in. Everything I do here is about trying to make this place better for you and the next generation. I also want to thank my staff, Aaron, Lee, Liz, and Hunter, along with my planning commissioner, Roy Reed, and everyone who serves the 4th District on behalf of our office. You take the calls, you absorb the frustration, and you work every day to solve real problems for the real people. And I appreciate your dedication and service to the people of the 4th District and the entire county. To my colleagues on this board, thank you for entrusting me once again with the role of chair. This board operates within a system that is increasingly rare. In a time of constant noise and polarization, we still manage to put aside partisanship and focus on the responsibilities of governing. It says something about this institution that you would elect to leadership someone who is more often than not the lone no vote on a number of issues. I don't take that lightly. I take it as a sign of trust and fairness, process, and the belief that the disagreement does not disqualify someone from leadership. I also want to take the time to recognize our outgoing chair, Laura Capps. Laura and I come from very different ends of the political spectrum. That's no secret. But despite that, we constantly found ways to listen to one another, to learn from one another, and to work together in good faith. During her year as chair, Laura advanced priorities on housing, homelessness, helped navigate the complex and ongoing challenges in Isla Vista, and led to meaningful reforms on cannabis odor and control, an issue that has real and everyday impact on our community. I appreciate her leadership and her willingness to engage across differences. One of the themes I want to talk about today is the county slogan, one county, one future. I spent a lot of time thinking about that, what that really means. I represent a district that often feels neglected by this county. Unheard, underrepresented, overtaxed, frustrated. If you put a county split ballot initiative on tomorrow, my district would probably vote for it 2-1, easily. Our politics don't conform, our industries are dirty, investment has lagged, our desire for economic success is often met with resistance rather than support. And yet, when it matters most, this county comes together. When disaster strikes, from wildfires to flooding in Montecito, Guadalupe, or Orchid, we answer the call. When we face serious challenges, jail capacity, medical care, homelessness, mental health beds, pension liabilities, or deferred maintenance, we step up together. In those moments, we truly are one county facing one future. Is it perfect? No. Does it still have a long way to go in addressing generational, economic, and geographic inequalities? Absolutely. But that unity is real and it matters. I am concerned, however, that this unity will be tested in the year ahead. I often say we do our worst work when we focus on things that we have the least control over. And right now, many people feel like they have very little control over the world around them. Our country feels deeply divided. That doesn't mean that global conflicts don't matter. It doesn't mean that you can't stop feeling strongly about national or international events or political leadership. What it does mean is that we have plenty of important work to do right here, and we do it best when we do it together. The last time I served as chair, I made homelessness a central focus. We held our first special meeting on homelessness that led to the county's first encampment resolution policy, helped move forward projects like Hope Village, and supported efforts that led to the Santa Maria River bed cleanup. I'm proud of our most recent point-in-time count showing homelessness declining in the 4th District and across much of the Santa Maria Valley. And we just recently learned at Supervisor Lavanino's stand down that we saw the lowest homeless veteran numbers in years. That progress matters, and the work continues. This year, my primary focus will be affordability. I know that's turned into a buzzword lately, but an affordability ultimately comes down to two things. People need to make more money, and things need to cost less. That means jobs, opportunity, and permitting a regulatory process that actually works. While we've made improvements, our system still is too slow, too complicated, and too expensive. It stifles innovation and discourages economic advancement. We need quicker yeses and quicker nos, and we need both of those to cost less. We also need to address a basic inequality. The public sector often moves through the process with fewer permits, plan checks, or inspections, while the private sector bears the full burden. The process is good enough for us, it should be good enough for everyone. This year, I plan to bring forward an ordinance to address that imbalance, along with a series of streamlining reforms informed by the people who actually use the system, not those who just regulate it. I also want to launch a pilot project in the 4th District focusing on affordable for-sale housing. The housing element process may increase supply and soften rents, but it risks creating a generation of permanent renters with no realistic path to homeownership or the American dream. Homes may need to be smaller, there may need to be fewer frills, and we may need to rethink outdated code provisions that make affordability impossible. I'm committed to solving that problem in my district, and I hope it can serve as a model for the rest of the county. This year will be challenging, but it should also be energizing. I'm excited to formally announce today that we, alongside Supervisor Lee and his staff, we are launching Operation Gold Medal, an effort to plan for the impacts and opportunities associated with the 2028 LA Olympics. This is about economic opportunity, regional coordination, and ensuring Santa Barbara County is ready to benefit from a once-in-a-generation event. Finally, last year we celebrated our county's 175th anniversary. And all that time, Santa Barbara County has never formally established a sister city or sister county relationship. That changes this year. Alongside with our CEO, we will work to establish our first sister community relationship with the Yamanashi Prefecture in Japan, a world-class wine-growing region that offers meaningful opportunities for cultural exchange and economic opportunities. I am optimistic about the year ahead. We don't agree on everything, we shouldn't. But if we stay focused on what we can control, and if we can keep showing up for one another, I believe we can do meaningful work together. One county, one future. Thank you. Now let's get to work. The next item on the business is the approval of the minutes from the December 16th, 2025 regular meeting. Can I get a motion?
I move approval.
Second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Additionally, we need to make a motion for approval of the minutes from the January 5th special meeting, January 5th, 2026. Can I also get a motion for that?
So moved.
A second? I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I can't. I'm
Oh,
recused.
that's one moment. All right.
I'll make the motion to.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the January 5th, 2026 meeting? Or sorry, January 5th, yes. So motion by Lavanino and a second by Nelson. All those in favor by saying aye? Aye. Recusals or
Abstain.
Abstentions? Abstention by Hartman. All right, next up is the CEO report.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I just have two quick announcements this morning. One is just to announce that we received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association for its 25-26 recommended budget book, our recommended budget book. This is the highest recognition in governmental budgeting and reflects the county's commitment to transparency, sound financial planning, and clear communication. The county has earned this award for more than 20 consecutive years. And even though we've received it every year, it's a rigorous process every year. Our staff has also been part of the Reviewing Committee in the past. The recognition highlights the collaborative efforts of the departments countywide, your board, as well, to produce a budget that serves as a clear policy, financial, and operational guide for the public and decision makers. So congratulations to the budget staff again. The second item is that the community is honoring Dr. Martin Luther King with events coming up this weekend. So in Mid and South County, celebrations are taking place from Thursday through Monday, including a morning program on Monday at De La Guerra Plaza in Santa Barbara. The County of Santa Barbara supported these events through a $55,000 racial equity grant to the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, Santa Barbara, to help expand programming, support interns, and strengthen community engagement. In North County, the community is invited to a free MLK Day celebration this Sunday at Allen Hancock College. The event will feature a resource fair, cultural performances, flu vaccinations by our county health department, and keynote speaker Reverend Dr. Nelson B. Rivers III. The county supported this event also with the racial equity grant to the Santa Maria Lompoc NAACP, helping fund the MLK celebration and other racial equity programs serving North County. So we invite all community members to attend those events. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to today's agenda?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We received a request from the department to withdraw administrative item number 16 from today's agenda. Administrative item number 16 is from the County Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Second Site Solutions, Beacon Rebate, Model Platform, and Beacon Maximum Fair Price, MFP, Platform Privacy Policy Terms. Additionally, an addendum was posted on Friday, January 9th, 2026, amending administrative item number 25 and adding administrative item number 33 to today's agenda. Administrative item number 25 is amended to reflect the item is sponsored by the Public Works Department as well as the Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and includes additional recommended actions A through D under the Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Public Works Director's report on emergency response actions from impacts on flooding and storms and continuation of emergency actions, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. Additionally, administrative item number 33 is being added to today's agenda and is sponsored by the Fire Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a proclamation of local emergency caused by the 2025 through 2026 holiday storms, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. The amendment and addition included in the addendum have been posted and made available online to both the board and the public. Lastly, for information on the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and instructions on how to provide public comment on items listed on today's agenda or during general public comment, please refer to page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
All right. All right, the next item of business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull items on the administrative agenda? I see that A19 is being pulled by Supervisor Capps. Are there any other items? And by Supervisor Hartman. Madam Clerk, are there any items being pulled by the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I have quite a few items pulled from the public. I have A2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 21, 26, and 33. And for those members of the public who have pulled multiple items, which we do have one, you'll be getting 5 minutes to speak on all items.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda with the exception of the items that were mentioned by the clerk of the board and would also include the addition of the 2 addendums? Can I get that motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion for Lavanino.
Second.
Second from Capps. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we're going to go ahead and roll into the resolutions here. Madam Clerk, would you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring cycling without age for exceptional public service in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have John Siegel-Baitner and anyone else you'd like to join with you. Whereas Cycling Without Age, Santa Barbara, provides incomparable vitality, joy, and connection for older adults through the magic of bicycle rides. Free rides that foster belonging and kindness between community members old and young, regardless of ability to pedal themselves. And whereas Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara relies on an inspiring network of over 60 volunteer pilots who ferry happy passengers in their people-powered trishas, often providing these pilots with purpose and a true sense of citizenship. And whereas Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara fosters connection and gathers unique and otherwise silent stories unlocked by the wind and the wheels. And whereas Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara gets older, adult, and differently abled Santa Barbarans out in the neighborhoods again, reminding folks to look up from their phones, roll down their windows, step onto their porches and sidewalks again to say hello. And whereas through simple bike rides, Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara has become a lasting symbol of what a wonderful neighborhood Santa Barbara can be when we ride slowly, lift up our hands, and wave. Now therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge Cycling Without Age Santa Barbara for its exceptional service to Santa Barbara County, its profound impact on older adults, and the joy it spreads to riders, volunteers, and the broader community. Passed and adopted today.
So should I speak into this right here, Roy?
Yes.
You might want to raise that panel
Yeah.
up a little bit here.
There's a little button on your right.
Yeah.
Little button on my right.
Yep.
Oh, it goes up.
Yeah. We paid extra for that.
First of all, I'd like to introduce you to some of the pilots, the people that pedal the trishaws. And if Bob got to mention his mom, I got to mention my dad. Below us used to be a place called Broom's Cafe before this building was even imagined. And a man named Chick with gray hair would stand behind the counter, and there was pictures of Eddie Matthews and Clarence Schulte and some famous Santa Barbara athletes on the wall. They made the best chili burger with cheese there. And as I walked in the building today, I couldn't help but remember that. When we ride with older people in Carpinteria, in Goleta, and Santa Barbara, we get to hear those stories, those giant shoulders that we stand upon. And I think we need to do that more. I mean, there's some old people in this room, but there's not enough old people in this room. Because we're the biggest population, and all of us are getting older. So I hope that Cycling Without Age is a message to all of us. How do we get our old people back in our daily lives? Not off in some neighborhood center or residential community, but on the sidewalks, because they know how to wave. They remember when we used to wave at each other. And we don't do that anymore. Who waved to anybody today? Anybody in the room? Okay, so let's wave to each other today. Okay? And as we leave, the best form of gratitude to us is if you know someone, an older person, who could get outside today, do that. If they'd like to go for a ride, we'll give them a ride in Santa Maria, in Carpinteria, in Goleta, east side, west side. That's what we love to do because we get to hear those stories. And hopefully the people who are in charge, if you could ride with us once a month for an hour with an older person from your neighborhood to inform the decisions going forward that we have to make so that we're not just building a Santa Barbara for the ones to come, but hopefully we're still going to be around. And we're getting older every day. So thank you very much, everybody. Well,
Thank you, John. Supervisor Hartman.
Supervisor Lee, Supervisor Capps, and I had a chance in the Goleta Christmas Parade to wave and to ride in a rickshaw, and it was really a lot of fun. I think we'd all take you up on the opportunity to ride once a month and get out of the building. So thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
John, before you guys leave, I just want to count me in. I'll be there once a month at least. And thank you for enriching the lives of our seniors. taking them out, see the coastline, see the Brieffield communities. It means a lot to them. And so thank you.
Right. All right, next item of business is A2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the 80th anniversary of Lewis Chapel Christian Methodist Episcopal Church in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Julia Sims Taylor. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas founded on December 3rd, 1945, Lewis Chapel Christian Methodist Episcopal Church began when a small group of Christians, many having relocated from East Texas, gathered at the home of King David and Beatrice Sims to organize a new church community grounded in faith, service, and love. And whereas under the leadership of Reverend N.C. Hashaway, the congregation launched a building program in 1955, completing the church at 202 East Gutierrez Street in 1957 through the faithful perseverance, generosity, and labor of its members and the wider Santa Barbara community. And when construction funds were exhausted, the general contractors of the city of Santa Barbara, moved by the members' faith and determination, stepped forward to complete the church in July 1957, a testament to the unity and goodwill that has long defined the Santa Barbara spirit. And whereas Lewis Chapel has served as a cornerstone of faith and fellowship in Santa Barbara, offering baptisms, weddings, funerals, and other services to all, regardless of race, religion, or background, holding its long-standing open-door policy and reputation as a true community church. And whereas throughout its 80 years, the congregation has demonstrated a deep and continuing commitment to service by supporting local organizations and initiatives past and present, including the Santa Barbara Community Academy, the Santa Barbara Rescue Mission, Casa Esperanza, the Family Service Agency, the Santa Barbara Food Bank, the NAACP, the Endowment for Youth, the George Washington Carver Scholarship Foundation, Sunday to Sunday Fellowship, and the Methodist Worship Service Exchange, among many others that have strengthened unity and social well-being. And whereas under the leadership of its current pastor, Reverend Malcolm Patton, Jr., Lewis Chapel Christian Methodist Episcopal Church celebrates 80 years of faithful fellowship and community service, continuing to be a light of the corner of Gutierrez and Santa Barbara streets. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby congratulates Lewis Chapel Christian Methodist Episcopal Church on its 80th anniversary and commends its members for 8 decades of spiritual leadership and dedicated service to the residents of Santa Barbara County. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm a proud person to be able to represent Lewis Chapel CME Church. The church has been there for 80 years, and I'm the last person living when the church started out. I am it. I'm not a speaker, so my remarks will be just real short. I want to thank all of you for allowing me to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
I just want to say I was honored to attend the service, and I just want Julia, you have a voice of an angel. The way you sang really
thank you.
touched my heart, so thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll go to administrative item number 3 at this point. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of January 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Jeff Schaefer. And if Jeff, and anyone else you'd like to join with you at the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, wherein victims are forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex acts and other services that are induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas it is estimated that more than 28 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, that California ranks #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases, and that Santa Barbara County is home to hundreds of survivors of trafficking and exploitation. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role all Santa Barbara County residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby proclaim January 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Chair Nelson, members of the County Board of Supervisors, members of the public, thank you so much for recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And I want to give special appreciation to Megan Ranschild, Victim Witness, DA's office, John Savernock, and the people behind me for all the work that they have done to address human trafficking in all its forms in the county. So I love what you had to say, Supervisor Nelson, about one county, one future. And the hope that we have is from Santa Maria to Carpinteria, it takes all of us across the county if we're going to address this issue. So we are working diligently in every one of your districts in one way or another, whether it be education, school education, whether it be addressing the risk of homelessness connected to women being trafficked in Lompoc, to specifically now in Santa Barbara City, where we're launching a 3-year action plan to address CSECI, or commercial sexual exploitation of children and youth, to get on the front end to prevent and intervene earlier before young people and our kids, our youth, need the services of being after they've been exploited. So I want to thank you for your efforts. I also want to let you know, whether you like it or not, you're going to get an email once a month from some of our students with an update on our work. Because what we're trying to do is garner the entire county to support the efforts of the task force and to support all the other work that we're doing as well. So really appreciate you and appreciate you addressing this issue together. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Nelson, Supervisor Capps. Thank you for your support, and to the entire Board of Supervisors. I have the honor of serving as the Victim Witness Program Director and the Human Trafficking Task Force Coordinator with the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office, and my name's Megan Reinschild. I think, as you can see with those behind us, it really does take a village, and I so appreciate Jeff Schaefer and his efforts to put this item on the agenda and speak to the public about the issue in front of us. So I just would like to make a few comments about what we're doing as a task force. The Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force was established in 2013. We're a multidisciplinary coalition of law enforcement agencies, community service providers, community advocates, and our own district attorney's Victim Witness Assistance Program, many of whom are here today, and I so appreciate their work in the trenches with individuals who have faced victimization. I also just want to give a shout out to the shirts of the cycling group to believe in the good in the world, because I believe that our Victim Witness Program advocates and staff and team represent the good in our world, and I appreciate them endlessly. I appreciate also the Board of Supervisors' support, the Sheriff's Department and their partnership, and we could not do this without working alongside one another, both in terms of law enforcement, but the social service providers, faith community that walk alongside us and are so passionate about this. I just want to say that people often think of human trafficking as something that happens out there or over there or in another country. It's happening in our own community, and the truth is that it's our neighbors, it's our friends, students, at-risk youth in our own backyards that are frequently at risk for exploitation and trafficking. The risk factors have grown exponentially, I think, as our world and communities become more unstable in terms of economic equities, poverty, addictions, substance abuse. So too do our youth and the population in terms of seeking love, acceptance, belonging. Also, the increased online exposure to predatory behaviors, cybercrime tactics, and the lack of social supports contributes. The task force and its collaboration with law enforcement, and specifically the Sheriff's Department engagement, has been operational since 2013. And from 2017 to 24, 283 human trafficking investigations were conducted, which might surprise many people within our county. 90% of those involve sex trafficking, and of those 283 investigations, 94 human traffickers were identified, and we were able to arrest, law enforcement was able to arrest 59 of those individuals. Of these cases, 53 were able to be criminally charged, and 37 have pled guilty. Many of these cases are still going through the criminal justice system. We're always just looking for the why in this work, and much of that is trying to meet people where they are and present an off-ramp of services and support. So I want to thank you for all of your support and your efforts. And I want to thank the Sheriff's Department. They also, just in this in 2025, in addition to the stats I just mentioned, there were 13 proactive investigations that were conducted and 12 potential victims identified. In closing, I'd like to quote Pauline Kaiser: "When you do nothing, you feel overwhelmed and powerless. But when you get involved, you feel the sense of hope and accomplishment that comes from knowing you are working to make things better." Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, two things. First of all, I'm really grateful for the work you're doing in Lompoc and working with Brian Halterman, and now 1 day a week at the Hub will be specifically to serve women, and I think that's going to make a huge difference. I think last year you presented, and I asked that this come back to the board as a D item so that we could learn more about the nonprofits, the research. This issue is much subtler and much more devious than I understood. And I think it would be worth not just celebrating the tremendous and difficult work that you're doing, but to elucidate this problem more for our community. So I put the plea again, I'd like you to come back for a D item and really give us a little more depth so that we have a general understanding of what you're dealing with every day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, next item up is item number 4. Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 4 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Dr. Mary Ann Evans for her vital mental health support to children, youth, adults, and families, while also training and mentoring emerging clinicians. And joining us in person today, we have Dr. Mary Ann Evans. And if you can please make your way to the podium. And anyone else you would like to join with you, please make your way as well. Whereas Dr. Mary Ann Evans has worked for over 35 years as a clinical psychologist with an expertise in neuropsychology to assess a variety of brain conditions, offering the unique modality of equine-assisted psychotherapy. And whereas Dr. Evans co-founded Hearts Therapeutic Equestrian Center in Santa Barbara in 1985, seeing the wonderful benefits of equine therapy to individuals with physical and mental challenges. Upon moving to the Santa Ynez Valley in 1990, she then founded the SYV Therapeutic Riding Program at her ranch, where she offered her services at no cost for 10 years. And whereas the Therapeutic Riding Program expanded and relocated to the Santa Ynez Valley Equestrian Center in 2000, where it has provided equine-assisted activities and transformed the lives of special needs children and adults, including veterans with physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and other life challenges, regardless of their ability to pay, and Dr. Evans has remained an active board member emeritus. And whereas Dr. Evans is also a founding member of Santa Ynez Valley People Helping People, PHP, and has remained an active board member and volunteer since its founding in 1992, continuing through her vision and leadership to help PHP grow from a grassroots safety net organization into an integrated and comprehensive model of care that addresses emergency needs, supports families, improves health outcomes, and breaks cycles of poverty through dignity and empowerment. And whereas as the architect of PHP's focus on increasing access to and navigating of healthcare, she recognized early that health and social well-being are deeply interconnected, and she founded PHP's Mental Health and Wellness Program, where she has provided vital mental health support to children, youth, adults, and families while also training and mentoring emerging clinicians. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby honor Dr. Mary Ann Evans, passed and adopted today.
I've been looking forward to this day for a long time because Mary Ann is really an unsung hero of the Santa Ynez Valley and really the larger county. I'm a horse person and very interested in the relationship between humans and horses. This is something that's gotten a lot of attention recently, but Mary Ann was somebody who understood this, one of the early people to see this. It really came home to me. We have a family friend with a severely disabled little girl, and therapeutic riding got her on a horse. It was the first time she ever smiled, and it was the front page of the paper. I mean, it was just extraordinary. We have other friends who had a child with autism and brought them over to ride on our horse, and eventually, the caseworker came to our house to see because it just transformed this child. It made a leap. So now equine therapy is used with veterans. It's used with a whole range of mental illnesses, and it really does have an impact. But Mary Ann brought that to the Santa Ynez Valley. As if that weren't enough, and Hearts as well, so all to Santa Barbara. But then she got involved and helped to found People Helping People. That is the organization at the heart of delivering services and connecting people to county and other services that are available. And we simply, this is something that I didn't realize as a supervisor until I was in this job for a while, but the county really relies on nonprofit organizations to reach out to people and do a lot of the work. And we oversee and channel some money, but we couldn't do this without a network of nonprofits. And People Helping People is at the center of that. And Mary Ann had this vision long before anybody else. So. And in addition, she has a wonderful son, Corey, who has Dr. J's Bike Shop, which is kind of the community center of cycling in the valley. So it's just been a tremendous contribution of you and your family to our county, and I'm glad that today we get to celebrate it. So thank you for being here.
I'm going to use this fancy podium. Chair Nelson, you talked about rewriting history. You talk about gold medal, and you talk about your mom with such love. Dr. Mary Ann's is not my mom, but she's like that. She is the type that when she's around and when she's finding organizations and she's leaning into people, she uses her voice for both compassion and accountability. She knows that when you are rewriting history for a community, You do it by rolling up your sleeves, by looking to your left and your right and taking care of your neighbors. A few years ago, there was this mom trying to take care of her 2 girls, waiting tables at a local restaurant, making sure that she could afford childcare and keep a roof over their head. And she had this really tightly held dream to continue her education and become, not just become a licensed therapist, but to do it in her home community. And this year, Caitlin Brady will receive and become a licensed therapist in the San Ynez Valley. And 100% of those clinical hours have been of service in our community and completed at the Santa Ynez Valley People Helping People, an organization founded by Dr. Marianne Evans and a program that ensured access to the mental health and wellness of our community. To know Dr. Mary Ann is to look at those that are following and lifting up our full community. 7 years ago, I was that single mom back in the San Ynez Valley, 4 generations, trying to navigate medical insurance, access to food, the affordability that you speak about. And I didn't know where to begin because I'd never had to do that before. And it was the first time that I walked through the doors of People Helping People. Today, I stand as the CEO of PHP, but first a client. The vision and the work and the evidence that someone like Dr. Marianne Evans, you have provided. As a board member, you have, whenever there's been a moment of us being stuck, you get us through. And whenever there's been a moment to fight for human kindness, decency, and human rights, you show us how. Thank you so much. You have changed all of our lives.
I don't know how I follow that, but so Dr. Marianne Evans created the San Ynez Valley Therapeutic Riding Program in her backyard with a vision that she would provide services to people with mental and or physical challenges. And it has now grown to serve the San Ynez Valley with an average of 65 to 70 students per week. We have many schools that come to our program, and we see the magic in the work that she created every single day. As executive director, I see it on the ground with our students who speak their first word, who build their core strength, who find peace on the back of a horse and can sleep during the night. It is truly such a special place to see good things happen for people that need the services, and her vision has created that. And I'm here with our board president, Tara Barnicoat, but we are just so proud to be a part of this program and what has been created and what we can continue to serve in the Valley, not only in what she started, but what she continues to do. She still attends our board meetings and gives us such wonderful path of how to keep that mission alive and thriving. So we're very grateful to her for that and all of the good work she's done in our community and beyond. So thank you.
Well, I'll add a few words. Thank you for this honor and opportunity. It has been such a joy and pleasure to live in Santa Barbara County. 50 years ago, my husband and I picked up stakes and moved here from Chicago knowing that this is a place we wanted to raise our family. And I was honored to meet some incredible women, particularly women, that served as my mentors. And I want to honor one person in particular, and I'm looking at you, Laura Capps. I moved here and I lived in the 2nd District originally for many years, and your mom was one of my mentors. And together, way before she was in politics, she was a nurse, she and I started a program for children that were underserved and didn't have health care. And that program morphed into the neighborhood clinic. And when I moved to the San Ynez Valley, your mom inspired me, along with Barbara Marjoram, some of you may remember Barbara, inspired me to take that model and replicate that in the San Ynez Valley. And that became People Helping People and our mental health program. And also, when I was living in the 2nd District, I had a dear friend. Her name was Jan Montgomery. Some of you may remember her, and she had a horrific horse accident and became a quadriplegic. And we as friends wanted to help her get back on a horse, so we started Hearts Therapeutic. And I moved to San Ynez Valley, and there was a need, so we started that as well. So I feel like this has come full circle. 2nd District, 3rd District, and Joan, you have been such an inspiration and help all these years. I lived in San Ynez Valley for 30 years, and all the support, because sometimes we get forgotten in the 3rd District, and we really appreciate all of that wonderful support. So thank you all. It's just been an honor and a pleasure. I love Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and read administrative item number 5 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Josh Hope and Angel Reyes of the Probation Department as the January 2026 Employees of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Chief Holly Benton, Angel Reyes, and Josh Hope. Whereas Josh Hope and Angel Reyes exemplify the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Josh and Angel model the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Josh and Angel serve as the primary utility support for the Probation Department, providing comprehensive hands-on operational assistance that directly supports all staff across divisions, units, and facilities, and enables the department to function efficiently and effectively daily. And whereas Josh and Angel have demonstrated exceptional innovative and ownership in coordinating fleet operations, including vehicle drop-off and pickup, departmental branding, window tinting, and ensuring all vehicles are clean, fueled, maintained, and operational, significantly reducing the administrative and operational burden on sworn staff. And whereas Josh and Angel consistently and independently support the planning, setup, reconfiguration, and maintenance of office and workspace environments by calculating space needs, developing layout solutions, assembling and repurposing cubicle components, addressing facility needs, tracking work orders through completion, transporting and installing furniture and equipment, ensuring radio readiness, responding promptly to urgent requests, and delivering outstanding customer service with professionalism, problem-solving skills, and a positive can-do approach. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge Josh Hope and Angel Reyes as Employees of the Month for January 2026, passed and adopted today.
Chief Benton?
Chair Nelson and Supervisors, it's truly a joy for me as Chief to be able to introduce Josh and Angel to you, to your board today, and to be able to tell you about the excellent level of service they provide to the Probation Department. If you were to ask our staff, you would hear that these two appear like magic. When we need them, they fix problems, and then they disappear again, partly because they like to stay out of the spotlight, so this day is a little bit uncomfortable for them. But, you know, they're indispensable, whether it involves managing the fleet, you know, cleaning out surplus, or just fixing random issues that they encounter when staff see them in the buildings. They do it all, including very tough jobs that have been handed to them in emergencies. Their commitment and dedication is evident in the quality of work that they perform and the appreciation of the multitude of staff that they serve. I think that many staff wouldn't remember that in 2020 these positions didn't exist and their responsibilities were carried out by many people across the department. We were spending significant amounts of money on contracts with outside organizations to do these things, but one of our staff, who was participating in the county's Greenbelt project, suggested as a process improvement that it would be wise to consolidate these positions and to train them to do these work in our buildings. And so we reclassified a couple of existing positions, and the rest is history. The quality of Josh and Angel's work has left no doubt that the decision to centralize the duties was the right one. And as a result, we have two extraordinary people providing service to our department and the county every day. So it gives me great pleasure to recognize Josh and Angel as the Santa Barbara County Employees of the Month.
Thank you, guys.
Josh, Angel, either one of you guys want to?
I just thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Congratulations again. All right, and then I believe now at this time, Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 6 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Fire Chief Mark Hartwig upon his retirement from the fire department after over 6 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and 33 years of fire service. And joining us in person today, we have Fire Chief Mark Hartwig. Whereas during his tenure, Chief Hartwig expanded paramedic services so all county fire stations could deliver advanced emergency medical care, integrating life-saving equipment and protocols, elevating emergency medical services countywide. And whereas he fostered interagency collaboration by uniting operational area fire chiefs and leading the completion and implementation of the Regional Fire Communications Center, RFCC, a state-of-the-art facility centralizing dispatch for all fire and medical 911 calls, ensuring rapid, seamless, and coordinated response across the county. And whereas under his leadership, the fire department demonstrated preparedness and excellence during major incidents, including the MV Conception tragedy in 2019, the Alisol Fire in 2021, and the Lake Fire of 2024, each requiring large-scale coordination, evacuation, and recovery efforts. He also successfully integrated the Office of Emergency Management into the fire department, enhancing countywide preparedness and resilience. In addition, he helped establish the Regional Incident Management Team during the COVID-19 pandemic and oversaw improvements to fire infrastructure, training, and community readiness. And whereas Chief Hartwig championed firefighter mental health and wellness by expanding peer support programs, strengthening behavioral health resources, and fostering a culture prioritizing emotional resilience and psychological safety among first responders. And whereas Chief Hartwig now looks forward to a well-deserved retirement, enjoying more quality time with his wife, Holly, his children, Tucker, Samantha, Noel, and Jeremiah, his daughter-in-law, Hannah, and his granddaughter, Jane. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby honor and commend Chief Mark Hartwig for his distinguished service, outstanding leadership, and lasting contributions to public safety and the residents of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
So I'm going to start. Isn't this such Mark Hartwig that when we're applauding him, he stands to the side? So I just want to say, we said our goodbyes to Mark last month, but I just want to say again how honored we were to have you as our fire chief. Mark came with us with tremendous experience, passion, commitment, and humility that pervaded the whole department. And we are so fortunate that you are our chief. We thank you again and wish you the best in your retirement. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, humbling for sure, and I think this is the last of the recognitions. But since we're talking about our mothers, my mom turns 100 in February.
Wow.
And my mother, who was widowed when I was 6, the youngest of 7, and my oldest brother was 18, she showed me how it can be done, and well before Ronald Reagan coined the phrase. So, to my mother. But my attention today goes to the men and women that are on the streets as we speak. And I'm sure I can speak for my law enforcement colleagues. I don't know the shoes that they walk in, but I can speak to you from the shoes that a firefighter walks in. the night before a shift that a firefighter goes on, they're a little uneasy because they don't know what faces them the next day. So they don't get a real restful night's sleep the night before they go in. And then when they get up, they hug their loved ones, their wife, their husband, their boyfriend or girlfriend, their kids goodbye. And then they go to what they were sworn to do, and that is put themselves between anything that might happen in the community and the danger that exists, the conditions, the problems, the medical, by the way, what the public dials us most for is EMS, a medical emergency. The responsibility that they have and that danger, they put themselves squarely between that and the community each and every day. I'm more sure today than I have ever been that the human body and mind weren't made to deal with that for each and every day and all of the things that they come in contact with. And so mental health, that seems to be a theme today, and I know that it's been a priority of the board here for many years. Is more important today for first responders than ever. As you know, there's an effort right now to create an endowment so that the firefighters and their families and first responders, law enforcement will have access to those resources to deal with what I believe is something that we're not made or meant to deal with as we move forward. I think as we talk about families, my wife, it truly is a family commitment. I'm just now re-engaging with my family for the first time in a long time. I think 3 of the 5 kids, I missed their first steps, and I think 2 of the 5, at least my contention is they said dad before they said mama, but I'm not sure. And then if the whereases, those whereases, I can point to every person behind me and in this organization that get the credit for the whereases. I said yes, and I signed the checks. I asked a few questions along the way, but essentially those whereases are really for all of you. I'm not going to call people out because I'm sure I'm going to miss people. But I want to call out specifically Courtney Stockton, who I think the clerical workers in this county, in any business, are unsung heroes. They're the ones, the assistants and clerical support workers are the ones that really keep the wheels on the county each and every day. And so I just wanted to recognize her, and she's standing in the back, I'm sure, doing this because she doesn't want any of the recognition. And then my fellow county department heads, if you're wondering if I moved past it already, well, I called John, my DA colleague, Michael this morning, so I think I'm past the county at this point. But Sheriff Brown, my public safety colleagues, but specifically Tony and Mohamed, Kirk, all of those that were committed to working with me and making sure that the people in my team were successful. Thank you for that. If I can be so bold to leave you with the same challenge that I leave the recruits. As a fire chief for now 14 years, I've been able to challenge the recruits that we bring onto the job. And it's a challenge that I take each and every day, and it's a challenge that I think even as my bosses, I'd love to challenge you with. And that is, one is to be better. You have a workforce that wakes up every morning so proud to wear the county patch and represent the county of Santa Barbara. They're committed to being better. So as you do county business each and every day, and I know you do each and every day and night, as you referred to, Chair Nelson, that you be better as they're better. The other one is to be worthy. I can't think of a more important calling than to provide services to the least of these, and that's really what we do as county employees. I know that's what our firefighters do each and every day is to provide services regardless of who they are and where they come from, and in many cases they're the least of these. One thing I learned is that everybody has a story. That's what I tell no matter what they look like on the outside, everybody's got a story. They're struggling with something. And to remember that, especially as you're providing services, and you have a workforce in this county that are doing that each and every day. And board members, you have a unique opportunity to take specifically fire department, healthcare practitioners, healthcare workers, and not only provide world-class emergency medical care, but then to take the least of these in this county and plug them into medical homes by using this taxpayer-funded infrastructure and the healthcare workers that we have in the county fire department and in other fire departments throughout the county in order to connect them to a medical home, especially those that seek and use 911 for primary health care. I just want to end with this. To you, Mona, and to the board, thank you. And maybe even most importantly to the people of Santa Barbara County, thank you for, as this department turns 100 years old this year, for allowing me to be the 14th fire chief. It's something that I will cherish the rest of my life, that I don't take lightly, and that I was absolutely humbled and privileged to be able to serve as. And thanks for bringing a little bit of the 909 to the 805, and now the 909's got a little bit of the 805 back. So thank you.
Supervisor Hartman, Mark, one more second, Mark. Supervisor. All right, well, thank you. All right, at this time, to accommodate public comment, I'm going to have the clerk read into the record item 7, let me get this right, 7, 8, 17, 21, and 33 into the record. And then we'll go ahead and take public comment at that time from Karen Hounstein, and then we'll take 5 minutes from Rennie, who'll be commenting on multiple items. So will you please read those items in the record?
Yes, thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. As noted, A2, 5, and 6 have been previously read into the record. A7 is from the Auditor Controller's Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara's annual comprehensive financial report and popular annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. A8 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Santa Barbara San Luis Obispo Regional Health Authority, DBA SunCal Health, fiscal years 2025 through 2029, memorandums of understanding for drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system, fiscal years 2025 through 2029, and mental health plan, fiscal years 2025 through 2029, services delivery and coordination. Additionally, A17 is from the Fire Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Second Amendment to extend the agreement between the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District and Central Square Technologies, LLC. Administrative item number 21 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a work order approval for electric vehicle charging equipment. And lastly, A33 was also previously read into the record. It was our addendum from the Fire Department. Consider recommendations regarding a proclamation of local emergency caused by the 2025 through 2026 holiday storms. And we are going to begin with A6 and remain here in Santa Barbara with Karen Hounstein, and then we will go to Rennie Strong. Karen?
Karen Hounstein from North County. I was prepared to come today to flame Chief Hartwig for his role in the AMR debacle because it happened on his watch. But I've learned that it wasn't him who was the primary motivator. It was this county government and our county administration who was operating outside their lane and got slapped for it. And it's cost our county money. This is an example of how the county needs to stay in its lane and not compete with industries that operate in our county. We're government. We're not supposed to be growing and becoming gargantuan and taking over other industries. And I believe that's why that happened. So I'm going to use the remainder of my time to tell you today why I love our firefighters in our fire department. It's a very personal experience for me because when we had the Wrecker fire in 2017, and that was before Chief Hartwig's tenure, I lived in rural area, and when I smelled the smoke, I got on my quad and I went up to the tallest hill. And when I turned around and saw 5 fires started along Rucker Road, I thought I was looking at hell because the wind was blowing towards our home. And fire is the only thing that causes fear in me. So for the next 5-6 hours, I watched as our county fire and CAL FIRE worked and put out all of those fires. And the efficiency, the professionalism, and the knowledge and skill they showed in just dealing with that one fire made me in admiration of the way our county fire operates and the way they work together with CAL FIRE. And I just wanted to share that. We have the best firefighters in the world. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
We will now go to Rennie Strong, who will be speaking on A2, A5, A6, A7, A8, A17, A21, and A33, and he will receive 5 minutes to speak on all requested items. Rennie?
Yes. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
We
This
can.
comes in clear. Okay, thank you. I wanted to say thanks to the firefighters also. It's very emotional for me. One of my best friends, who I found out about Santa Barbara, was because of him that I was asked to be his best friend and his not just best friend, but his best man in his wedding there in Santa Barbara. So that was in 2007. So that's how I found out about Santa Barbara. And I figured, oh, I have a son in Huntington Beach, my oldest, and I wanted to be closer to him, but I didn't want to be in the LA County area or Orange County. So anyway, I'm grateful for you firefighters. Just really wanted to tell you guys that. You guys are the guys, the women, dispatch, all of them. And the big piece here is, along with that, is the sadness that I have is that I've lost friends, family, based on things that I've researched deeply, found out about crimes against humanity, and things that are happening that they don't even know about. So when my best man friend, Dan Warren, who's recovering right now, when I explained to him about certain topics that are going on with direct energy weaponry from our own military complex, shooting lasers, starting fires. We have HARP, which directs fires, and DARPA programs. We have climate engineering our sky, putting metal in the air, which gets bodies. Some do not know about this and are not addressing this. We have a First Amendment, and we're not using it correctly because we've been so brain killed in the CIA of how to television us human beings. We are bigger and better than that, than what we've been told, what we tell ourselves. And we also need to find that within ourselves, these things are true. I am pro-human being. I am pro-humans. There are people that aren't. They want us not to be existing anymore. That's why there's this push for the technocratic state of AI and transhumanism agendas and to depopulate us. It's part of the eugenics program. Yeah, it's a dirty word, how to depopulate the public. We have to go down from 8 billion to 500 million, the Georgia Guidestones talked about. Well, this agenda is still in effort. Why? Because the populace are still in compliance and staying quiet, that aren't here in these where these agendas become policies, become laws, and people aren't speaking up enough. So while we keep chasing all these other fires, the big fires are within ourselves and also with these politicians pushing their agendas on us, and our own Air Force, Air National Guard bases spraying our skies as they have. So I'm going to be talking on that a little bit further. But because of my best friend, who once was, he doesn't want to, I'm not his friend anymore because of these conspiracy realities. They're not just theories, folks, they're realities. And we need to be speaking up about it. We need to be showing up, and we can actually have a better life. Quit complying. Quit just figure out that you are more than what you've been told, and please find your voice. We have forefathers that gave us a First Amendment so we didn't have to pull out the Second Amendment. So please find this within yourself, organize together, reach out to me, Rennie Dean Strong at Rennie Dean at proton.me. I'm on Facebook, Stop Geoengineering California. I also have Facebook, the 805 Santa Barbara County Crimes Against Humanity. And since I'm up here,
That is your time.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Thank you.
All right, so that, I believe, concludes public comment on a number of pulled items. I would entertain a motion for items A2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 21, and 33.
So moved.
And I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So we still have two A items left. We're going to be going now to A19, and then we'll be following that up with A26, which I think are the balance of the A agenda items. Madam Clerk, would you please read item A17 into the record? It's been pulled by both Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 19 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Intake and Reception Center IRC expansion and Americans with Disabilities Act ADA improvements project related to the main jail complex located in South County, and the award agreement for construction county project number 20041, and this is in the 2nd District.
All right, Supervisor Capps, you initially pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled it after an advocate raised this. I'm clearly pleased that there are going to be ADA upgrades to the reception center at the jail, but I want to make sure that there's adequate space for those who are at the jail to meet with their attorneys. And so I just was hoping that either somebody from our Sheriff's Department or General Services could answer that concern. And maybe Supervisor Hartman had something else she wanted to raise as well.
Well, I have been, first of all, thank you to the advocates for raising this, because I may not have paid attention otherwise. And I understand that there are a number of meetings taking place now, but I think we want to keep this front and center on our planning, both for the main jail and for the new residential units. How do we make it available so that the defenders, the attorneys can meet with their clients? That's one of our main strategies to reduce the jail population and assure people their rights.
Director Lagerquist, would you mind coming up and potentially addressing the concerns of Supervisor Capps and Hartman?
Good morning, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So, yeah, I saw the questions about the IRC expansion. So, I mean, the genesis behind this was to renovate the IRC space, bring it up to code for ADA, bring the medical intake inside from a dilapidated trailer so that we could do that there. As far as space for counseling or meeting with lawyers, as I understand from this morning, the sheriff will make available some of the existing cell spaces that are around there, but that was not specifically part of our design requirements for the IRC expansion project. Those spaces will be included or are included at the Northern Branch Jail and are also going to be captured as part of the Northern Branch Jail expansion project as well. So IRC short-term, and then inmates transported to the Northern Branch Jail, at which point they can meet with their lawyers and such, and there'll be spaces made available there. And I believe Ryan Sullivan may be on the line here to address that further.
All right. I'm sure it would be great to hear from Commander Sullivan.
Yeah, because again, my understanding, and Supervisor Hartman, if this is yours as well, is that an issue that's come up is that some inmates are there longer than potentially they need to be because they literally can't get a meeting with their lawyer because there isn't adequate space. That's something that has been brought to our attention. So again, we just want to make sure that if we're renovating, that is taken into consideration, if that concern is valid.
Yeah, and if I might add, designing the space so that it doesn't take two people to law enforcement to get somebody to the space. Design it so that we can use resources most efficiently. I would be really interested in hearing again. I mean, I understand conversations are taking place, but could you report back to us at some point exactly what's being planned for this?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair, absolutely. I mean, we did go through a full design process. We took the requirements from the sheriff's office as to what was needed for the IRC expansion, and then we translated that into the design. And so, I mean, the A item today is to award a design to Pro West so they can begin construction. And we have a tight timeline to get it completed by April of 2027 in order to meet the DRC requirements.
Can could Ryan, is he online, you said?
Chief Sullivan?
Chief Sullivan, yeah, I'm sorry. Chief Sullivan can speak to the specific issue about space for the public defender or other attorneys meeting their clients.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Chair Nelson, members of the board, Chief Deputy Ryan Sullivan on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. So the planned renovation that's in front of you today of the IRC includes the addition of several confidential meeting spaces for both healthcare and attorney visits, including one confidential space in each of the housing units within the IRC. So one confidential space for approximately 30 individuals or 30 incarcerated people, which would provide adequate access in our view. But we are committed to working with the Public Defender's Office and supporting this program as we've shown through our collaboration at the Northern Branch Jail and our current progress towards implementing ready with Public Defender's Office at the main jail currently.
And thank you so much.
Supervisor Capps, yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Perfect.
Do we know, Chief Sullivan, if the public defender has seen and deemed this space adequate? Again, it would be a shame if we go through a contract and it's not enough, so that people are expedited as quickly as possible through the system and, again, not sitting in our jail longer than they need to be.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. We met with public defender representatives probably several months ago, but we feel that there's plenty of meeting space. We'll have to work out some logistics as far as office space and some other considerations, but I think we're working towards implementing that sooner than this project is complete, and we'll work through any loopholes together to get this program running smoothly.
Okay. And are you able to answer how many more spaces this would be than is current in terms of meeting space for inmates?
Supervisor Capps, I believe there's an additional 6 meeting spaces in addition to what we already have, but I might be off 1 or 2 on that.
Okay.
Right, Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's not just a meeting several months ago, but there is a meeting, I think, tomorrow, and this is an ongoing discussion, and I'm really grateful that it's occurring, and I think it's always hard to, work across departments, and it's to be commended that people are doing that, and I just want to say that I think the board is eager to see that happen as well.
All right. Is this an item we can still move forward? It sounds like we're on a timeline here to get this to completion, so it's important that this moves forward with approval today.
Right. It's for the North Branch Jail as well as this, but this raised the issue.
Right.
Yeah, no, my questions have been satisfied, and again, just to make the point that these changes have real impacts on how people move through our jails and create the space that we need to reduce our jail population. So I thank you for answering the questions.
Okay, thank you, Supervisors Capps and Supervisor Hartman. Can I get a motion to approve item A19?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Capps, seconded by Lee. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so that comes to our final A item, item A26, which has been pulled by the public.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 26 is from the Social Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a memorandum of understanding between the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and United Domestic Workers of America. And we have two requests to speak on this item from the public. Olga Bravo, to be followed by Norma Alonso. And both of these members of the public are requesting translative services, so they will both receive 6 minutes each. Olga?
Welcome. Olga's first.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Olga Bravo. Soy proveedora de cuidado en el hogar aquí en el condado de Santa Bárbara y también soy miembro del UDW. Cuando mi hijo he sido proveedora de mi hijo en el hogar durante los últimos 30 años. Como para tantos proveedores en el condado, el último año ha sido increíblemente estresante. Hemos vivido con la constante incertidumbre de si podrían seguir brindando el cuidado que nuestros clientes necesitan a diario. Para muchos de nosotros, este trabajo no es solo un empleo, es algo profundamente personal. Cuando el cuidado se ve amenazado, afecta tanto a los proveedores como a las personas a las que cuidamos. Por eso el día de hoy es tan importante este acuerdo que brinda cierta estabilidad a los proveedores de cuidado en el hogar y ayuda a garantizar que las personas mayores y las personas con discapacidades puedan seguir recibiendo el cuidado constante de calidad en sus propios hogares. Los aumentos salariales incluidos en este acuerdo comienzan a reconocer el valor de nuestro trabajo y contribuyen a que los proveedores con experiencia permanezcan en este campo y que nuevos proveedores se unan a nosotros a medida que la necesidad de cuidado en California continúa creciendo. Quiero agradecer a la Junta de Supervisores por escuchar a los trabajadores del cuidado en el hogar y por invertir en el cuidado en el condado de Santa Bárbara. Este acuerdo es un paso adelante para los proveedores, para los beneficiarios de cuidado y para nuestra comunidad en general. Espero continuar esta colaboración a medida que avanzamos juntos. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. My name is Olga Bravo, and I am a home care provider here in Santa Barbara County and a proud member of UDW. I care for my son, and I have been a home care provider for the past 30 years. Like so many providers in this county, the past year has been incredibly stressful. We have lived with constant uncertainty about whether we would be able to continue providing the care our recipients rely on every day. For many of us, this work is not just a job, it is deeply personal. And when care is threatened, it affects both providers and the people we care for. That is why today matters. This agreement brings some stability to home care providers and helps ensure that seniors and people with disabilities can continue receiving consistent quality care in their own homes. The wage increases included in this agreement begin to recognize the value of our work and help make it possible for experienced providers to stay in this field, and for new ones to join us on our care needs in California continue to grow. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for listening to home care providers and choosing to invest in care in Santa Barbara County. This agreement is a step forward for providers, for care recipients, and our community as a whole. And I look forward to continuing this partnership as we move ahead together.
And we will now go to, my apologies, Norma Alonso, who is our final speaker on this item. Norma?
Mi nombre es Norma Alonso. Soy proveedora de cuidado en el hogar aquí en Santa María. Soy una orgullosa integrante de UDW, donde sirvo como representante del Condado de Santa Bárbara y como miembro de nuestro equipo de negociaciones. Cuido a mi hija Roxana, que vive con autismo y discapacidad intelectual. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo a la Junta de Supervisores y a nuestros miembros del Condado de Santa Bárbara, que lucharon tan duro para hacer posible este acuerdo. Este último año lleno de incertidumbre y preocupaciones para los proveedores de cuidado en el hogar. Hemos enfrentado amenazas realmente a nuestras horas de cuidado y a nuestros ingresos. Muchos de nosotros hemos tenido miedo de perder nuestro trabajo y preocupación de que las personas a quien cuidamos pierdan el cuidado del que dependemos. Por eso estoy aquí especialmente agradeciendo a la Junta de los Supervisores Por eso estoy aquí especialmente agradeciendo a la Junta de los Supervisores estar de nuestro lado y hacer inversión significativa en el cuidado aquí en el Condado de Santa Bárbara. Estos aumentos salariales ayudarán a que los proveedores logremos la estabilidad que necesitamos para seguir realizando este trabajo vital. Este acuerdo creó un camino hacia la estabilidad para los trabajadores de cuidado. Garantizan la continuidad del cuidado para las personas mayores que viven con discapacidad y reflejan el respeto a nuestro esfuerzo laboral que merecemos. Hoy es un día de victoria para los proveedores y una victoria para las personas a quien cuidamos, y por eso a esta Junta les decimos gracias por apoyarnos y pues que nos dieron este espacio para poder estar y expresar lo que realmente necesitamos. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Norma Alonso. I'm a home care provider in Santa Maria. I'm a proud member of UDW, where I serve as a Santa Barbara County representative and as a member of our negotiations team. I care for my daughter, Roxana, who lives with autism and an intellectual disability. I want to begin by thanking the Board of Supervisors, our Santa Barbara County members, who fought so hard to make this agreement possible. This past year has been one filled with uncertainty and apprehension for home care providers. We have faced real threats to our care hours and our incomes. Many of us have been scared of losing our jobs and worried that our recipients would lose the care they depend on. That is why I am especially grateful that this board chose to stand with us and make a meaningful investment in care here in Santa Barbara County. These wage increases will help providers gain the stability we need to continue doing this vital work. This agreement creates a path toward stability for care workers, continuity of care for seniors and people living with disabilities, and the respect our workforce deserves. Today is a win for providers and a win for the people we care for. And it's because this board chose to lead. Thank you. Also, on behalf of all of us, our union, United Domestic Workers, we thank you guys for one more time investing in not only the lives of the recipients, but also the thousands of home care providers that we have in this county, including the few that came here today to represent the others. So thank you so much.
All right, any discussion from the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Caps.
I will second.
Second by Lavanino. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving along. I think that concludes the administrative agenda. At this time, we go ahead and take public comment. Madam Clerk, is there any general public comment today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on general public comment today. We are going to begin on Zoom with LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, to be followed by Rennie Strong. LaWanda?
Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Nelson, congratulations.
Thank you.
Former Chair Capps, thank you for your leadership, for listening, and hearing your community's voice. Thank you for your service. Happy 2026 to each of you. I'm wishing you good health, happiness, and abundant blessings in the new year. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I am also on the board of the League of Women Voters of North Santa Barbara County. So when I speak today, I speak on behalf of both organizations. CEO Miyasata, thank you for announcing the celebrations. And I want to thank you and thank the board for your support for the racial equity grant. You can see your funding at work with 2 of the many grantees that you support. I hope at some point you've each received an invitation to our MLK celebration, Black History celebrations, or future celebrations. And I hope at some point that we will see you at one of those celebrations and you can see how we are working and using those funds wisely that you have entrusted to us. So thank you again. Again, Happy New Year and have a great day.
We will remain on Zoom with Rennie Strong, then we will return to Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz. Rennie?
Yes, hello everybody again. This is Rennie Dean Strong. So I didn't get to finish what I was saying. Part of what's going on here is government. What is government? Government is governing the mind. Government is, Karen, by the way, is about expansion, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. More control, and that's their job. If you are a statist, you need to look up what statism is actually about, what we salute to, what we bow down to. And instead of being human beings, we need to be more vigilant about being human beings. And when we have our government here, I have not given any of you politicians any right to make choices on my behalf. Not one. Anything that you move towards betterment of the people, you do it because you're a pathologist. Pathology, panology, And if you look up those words, folks, you'll know what I'm talking about. They're not being truly authentic in what they're doing. We're not supposed to be continued to expand government. It's supposed to be about we the people. It's about each of us taking responsibility, showing up locally, and how are we supporting one another. We can see that we are being terrorized by ICE, they're not going after people that are committing crimes and violence and all that. They're going after brown people. They're going after minorities or people that they can pick on. We need to stand up, stand together, and get in the middle and say no. They are terrorists, straight up. That's what they are. They're terrorizing our neighborhoods, the elders, the children, and the people. So thank you for those that are doing that. And in the court of law, we will win. And when they are committing their violence on us initially, they are taking the first step of that. We get to do the follow up to protect ourselves first and foremost. So my uncle Steve Stabley, who was head of Department of Justice of California, chief of police, I've stated that before, he chose to be part of the white supremacy of it and stay quiet. He was head of Department of Justice. Who's my mom, Johnny Lou Pertle Slowoski, paralegal to John Yamani of Levitt Yamani and Soldier.
Thank you, Rennie. That is your time.
We will now return here in Santa Barbara with Scott Wentz, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Scott?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. You can see by the letter that I submitted to you, this was in November, and we submitted it to SBCAG having to do with fueling and equity in the public sector. You take a look, we did not look at this as a frivolous item. We looked at a couple of states, we looked at the state of California, and the bottom line to it is that fueling of electric vehicles now is inequitable to the entire population because the gasoline-driven cars at $2.40-some a gallon are paying majority of the cost of freeway, road, and repairs. It's just that simple. The majority of the electric vehicles are very heavy. The average 4-passenger electric vehicle weighs as much as a standard gasoline-powered pickup truck. It's that simple. There's no question about it. And when we started looking at other states, they're looking at this and going, yeah, this is basically the same thing. And when the state of California says, well, energy is going up and we're going to save because of what's going on here with electric vehicles and our solar panels and wind farms, it's not true, because the state of California and other entities within the state are in fact actually forcing out of the energy sector those people that are equitable and efficient in providing energy. Give you an example. You can use a natural gas powered car. That natural gas powered car, guess what? Is a carbon neutral car, because Pacific Gas and Electric and Southern California Gas have created sequestering that now provides carbon neutral, means they're not using it anymore for the atmosphere. So this is something I wish that the Board of Supervisors would take on. I'd be more than happy to discuss our advisory documents and so forth, but this is something that really has to change. And since I've got 51 seconds, I'll take a little bit of liberty. As a 214, thank you for the stand down. And 218 will be meeting Saturday. If you're on this side of the hill, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein, to be followed by Phasia Dean. Karen?
Thank you, Karen Howenstein, North County, born and raised in Lompoc. So I'm here today talking about, at this general comment period, about when you govern from this dais, when you make decisions that are purely for political gain, like this oil thing, and when any of you stand up to say anything against the law enforcement who are doing the ICE administration of the law, you understand that if you make moves in that way that cost our county money for political gain, that we're the ones who pay that, not you. You don't personally pay anything, Joan or Laura, for your advocacy. You don't personally pay a dime. We're the ones who pay for that. So I was saddened to hear Salud Carbajal making statements that were untrue to the public. Law enforcement in this country is held to a higher standard than the rest of us. That's how it's supposed to be. They are supposed to be the first people that we trust on the streets, our law enforcement. That is why they're held to a higher standard. We always should be complying with them. And the fervor and the fear and the division that's being pushed by some other people that I've seen speak, like at the Lompoc City Council meeting, there's a paid operative who shows up with the pink mohawk, and she speaks on the dais in Lompoc, and she was saying absolute untruths on the dais, trying to cause fear and division. And I'm against that, and I've been keeping a very close eye, a very, very close eye on my community, my valley, the Lompoc Valley. And I haven't seen any inappropriate behavior by ICE at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
We will now go to Phasia Dean, who is our final speaker on general public comment. Phasia?
Well, hi, my name is Phasia Dean. I've been here about 2 years or more. I came here for educational purposes to try to get into law school. I have a history of being a lineman, worked for Southern California Edison, an IBW member, and I've also worked for the IBW. I'm here to make a complaint and to get some assistance and bring your attention to a problem. One, demographically, I am an oddball out here, okay? And I don't want to focus on demographic issues, but they are impacting me. So, you know, I came here with a housing choice voucher, which here the annual income under the Section 8 standard voucher is around $90,000 a year, okay? So that's not a small fry. You know, I consider that's a pretty good jump to achieve here, right? All right, so I come here, one of the reasons I'm not working is because of a barbering apprenticeship. I pre-signed a blank document, and somehow somebody put it up and processed the paperwork without me knowing. And so I'm not in the apprenticeship, lineman apprenticeship. All right, so I'll be dealing with that issue later. But I'm here because I'm a truck driver. I have a crane certification. I have a BBA, Bachelor's in Business Administration, bachelor's degree. My concentration is accounting. There's so many ways that I can be useful here. You know, I'm just stopping by here to take care of my mission and to be a useful partner here. And so I don't want you to miss that. Okay, I have a few injuries. It's important for me to take care of my body because I do plan to go back into the line trade. Okay, so I came here, I was under workers' compensation. I have a L5-S1 interior slippage. All right. I had been off work for a while, and I had decided that I'm going to drive a truck to check out how I'm doing. Okay. And so I went back on workers' compensation. And when I got off the truck, I saw that there was a colleges of law there. And I knew workers' compensation is very long and boring, and I think it's a horrible program. But anyways, so I'm here in Santa Barbara, and I got a place in the 93101 area code, because I planned on riding my bike to school, doing whatever I got to do to get through this law school. I come to the Housing Authority. I'm being kind of
Ms.
treated.
Dean,
Yes.
unfortunately, that is your time. Thank you for sharing with us.
All right.
And that concludes.
Yeah, I was up on the side screen over here, but you're more than welcome to come to a future meeting and speak with us again. And which district do you live in? Do you know?
I'm in I think Laura Capps area, and I'm having a problem with the county housing authority.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see if we can have somebody come by and meet with you in the hallway, potentially.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we're going to go take a short, how long do we need, 5 or 10 minutes here for the interpreter? 10 minutes for the interpreter before we get started with our departmental items. So we'll be back at 11:15. And the is to get through all 3 of the departmental items prior to recessing for closed session. All right, welcome back to the January 13th, 2026 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, could you please read departmental item number 1 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is to consider recommendations regarding the Board of Supervisors 2026 appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. And we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to that first. And we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Karen Howenstein from North County. I'm speaking about the appointments you guys have to specifically the Local Agency Formation Commission or any other organizations that have anything at all to do with stifling growth of housing in Lompoc Valley. I see a pattern, and it's a very bad pattern. And I can't figure out the motivation of it, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. In the Lompoc Valley, we've only had 2 homes built in the last year. And there's been a movement because of the Land Trust of Santa Barbara County controlling all of the perimeter farming acreage that surrounds our town, immediately abuts our city limit. There's a push happening there, and what has resulted is really bad for the Lompoc Valley. When I compare it to Steve's district in Santa Maria, where I see prolific owned homes, and like thousands and thousands of homes built in the farming area, in the old fields. I wonder why Lompoc is being restricted. And the only thing that I come up with is for political reasons, because Lompoc has always primarily been a conservative area. And that is not a legitimate reason for stifling homes being built in our valley. It's causing major problems for our valley. And also, we really need representation so that we can have our access across the San Ynez River connecting 246 to Central Avenue. That will solve all of the traffic issues in our town, and it will provide us with what we need for infrastructure to move forward into the future of growth in the Lompoc Valley, which will include owned homes, privately owned homes, not HUD housing, not government housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
And that concludes public comment on departmental item number 1.
All right. I believe, Madam Clerk, you have a small presentation to get us started off on this item.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, as the board will recall, each January, the Board of Supervisors considers appointments to boards, commissions, and committees on which one or more members of the board serve. There are 2 attachments to the board letter associated with this item. Attachment 1 reflects the 2025 Board of Supervisors appointments to boards, commissions, and committees organized alphabetically by board, commission, or committee. And attachment 2 reflects the 2025 Board of Supervisors appointments organized by supervisor. As the board will see on the screen momentarily, we will display the 2025 appointments and track any changes as we proceed through the list of boards, commissions, and committees. I recommend using attachment 1 of today's staff report as our guide. If board members would like a closer view of the spreadsheet during the review, please switch your display panel to the video screen. With that, I will turn it over to Chair Nelson and the board for further discussion.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll go through each commission. I think the idea is to hear from those that are on the committee if they're okay with keeping them, or if they're looking to maybe move on, or if it's potentially something that they're interested in this year or maybe in a future year. Sometimes it's a good time, even if you're not ready to give it up, for some people to know where interest is so that we can start to have these conversations. We're not able to talk about this outside of this hearing room because it's a Brown Act violation, but it's good for us to know what each other are interested in either now or into the future. So we'll go ahead and start with Adult Aging and Aging Network. Currently, that's Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Hartman. Are you guys
I'm happy with it.
Okay. Moving right along to the Beach Erosion Authority for Control Operations and Nourishment, Beacon. I understand we have currently Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Capps as the regular members and Supervisor Hartman and Nelson as alternates.
Yes, I like it.
I think that will keep that the same as well. Moving on to the Behavioral Wellness Commission, the board representative has been Supervisor Capps.
I'd love to keep it.
All right. Not seeing anybody jump up, and thank you for willing to serve on that on our behalf. Next one is our board member with the California State Association of Counties, CSAC. That currently is myself, with Supervisor Capps as the alternate. I enjoy doing that. I'm spending a lot of time up there in Sacramento anyway, so sometimes I'm able to combine meetings, although it is a lot of work, so I don't mind sharing this in the future if somebody's interested, but I'm happy to keep it for now.
And I'll stay as the alternate if that's okay.
That is. All right, so we'll go ahead and keep that as same as well. Moving on to CenCal Health, a very important organization in this county, and Supervisor Hartman's been serving on that faithfully for many years. Would you like to continue to serve on that? Okay, thank you. And I believe there is no alternate on that. So we'll keep moving along to 3CE, Central Coast Community Energy, currently served as the regular member is Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps is the alternate.
Fine.
Okay, moving right along to the Child Care Planning Council. Currently, that is Supervisor Capps as a regular member and Supervisor Nelson as the alternate member. Are you?
Sure.
Okay, we're great there, Supervisor Capps. Moving on to formerly Community Action Commission, Communify. Currently, that's Supervisor Lee as a regular member and Supervisor Labanino as alternate member. Getting thumbs up and head nods. Perfect. Moving right along to the Community Corrections Partnership. That's currently being served on by Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that.
And it's along with your state responsibilities. That seems like a great opportunity for you to serve in both places. Thank you for your service there.
Great.
Moving on to the Debt Advisory Committee. Currently, we have Supervisor Lavanino as regular member and Supervisor Nelson as alternate member. Are you fine continue to serve, Supervisor Lavanino? Looks good. Next off is our Elected Officials Committee on Regional Homeless Solutions. Currently, that's Supervisor Hartman is the chair, and I also serve on that as well. Anybody want to jump on that? Okay, we will go ahead and keep that the same as well. Moving along, we have first five. Currently, it's Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Capps. We good there?
Yes.
Next one we have is Golden State Connect Authority, GSCA, Golden State Finance Authority, GSFA, and then I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and also make the rural county representatives of California. Those are all three organizations that this role is important that they're connected to. Currently, that's a role that I serve in. I also serve as the vice chair of those organizations for the 40 county members, and next year I will be the chair. And so I like the opportunity to continue to serve there, if everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
I know Supervisor Lavanino has been my alternate, but I don't make him show up at all. Also good news for my colleagues and the county, we will actually be hosting their annual meeting in Santa Barbara County in September, and then as next year as chair of that organization, we'll be holding an actual meeting in Santa Barbara County in 2027. So something exciting to share with my colleagues in the community. Moving on to the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, we have a north and south. I've been the north representative, and Stuart Lee is the south representative. We'll go ahead and keep that the same as well. Not seeing anybody jump up. Kids Network Policy, Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Capps.
Sure.
All right. On to the Library Advisory Committee. Do we have one member on that? And I guess that's
me.
That's
I
okay.
enjoy it, yeah.
I have Supervisor Lee on there. Sorry, Legislative Program Committee. I skipped here. So Law Library Board of Trustees. So you're on that. Typically that flows to the chair, but
Oh, you're
have you been attending or?
I have been.
Okay. And
interesting.
I see that sparkle in your eye. So great. Well, you and I will work on that, and I can defer my role to another member
I mean, if
or
you'd
another
like to-
public. No, I'm.
Supervisors,
Like we can definitely work together on that.
Can you clarify for the clerks, who is the appointee? Is it the chair, or is Supervisor Capps continuing that? I don't think you can just say we can work on it.
I know in the past, we've had the chair be able to appoint their own delegate or appoint their own representative to that. In the past, we've had private members that were the board representative.
I mean, either way.
I would.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, we can look at the bylaws real quick. We might get done before you start back.
Okay.
I think it's been the chair, but I'm not sure if that's required. It might say chair or designee.
Okay, and I think that's where it's the chair, and then the chair designates it to somebody else. Again, I'd be happy to designate that to Supervisor Capps for this year, if that's something she's interested in. So we could functionally, yeah, right. It was functionally the same thing, but it does go with the chair, I think, according to their bylaws, and I think that's why it's on there. So, Law Library Board, you guys expect no changes.
Good.
Moving on to Legislative Program Committee. Currently, that's Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. Are you guys happy to continue to serve on that? That's great. Thank you both for your service. And again, thank you for bringing important items to the entire board. I think that's important. Moving on to Library Advisory Committee. Currently, that's Supervisor Lee. Happy there? Keeping everybody happy there?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Moving on to LAFCO. Currently, Supervisor Hartman is finishing out a term that will end in 2028. Supervisor Nelson, myself, and Supervisor Lee, we have terms that end this year. This would be the opportunity for the board to reappoint those terms. I am definitely interested in continuing my term as a regular member. I've just elected vice chair, and so I'll be serving as chair next year, so I have to stay on it for this period of time. Supervisor Lee, are you okay staying on as alternate?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, we'll keep that the same, not seeing any objections. Next one is the Multi-Jurisdictional Solid Waste Task Force. Currently, that's Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps. Are you both?
I don't think we've ever had a meeting. I'm not sure what we do.
I think it's been a decade since they've had a meeting, but I think we need to keep it for some standing purposes.
Supervisor Ross, I think that was important during the Tehiguas discussions, and so we'll check back, but it'd be helpful if you could still appoint 2 members.
Well, we stand ready to serve.
Okay, excellent. Moving along to a very coveted position, the National Association of County NACO representative, currently Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Capps. I know that Supervisor Capps has shown interest in the future, but I think that we might want to let our senior member finish up out there.
I'd like to hold on for one more year if I could.
You can.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
we're happy to support that. I was just getting Supervisor Capps' request out there for future years. Yes. So.
Thanks.
Moving on to number W, Psychiatric Health Facility Governing Board. This is the one that we've kind of traditionally rotated through, so we all get a chance to kind of get experience on this one because it's such an important issue for our county. Seems like Supervisor Lavanino would maybe be coming off that. If Supervisor Capps, you willing to serve as a regular member, I would take the alternate and be able to serve next year. I think we all have had a rotation in this. Sure. I don't know if Supervisor Lee's got a chance to be there too. That might be an opportunity for you to get to learn more about our PUF and how that's done. It's such a big an important issue in our county, and I think it's really important that we all get a chance to serve on there at some point.
Agreed.
So.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, just put me on the list down the road.
Okay. So let's make it Supervisor Capps for the regular member this year and Supervisor Lee is the alternate.
All right.
And then I'll cycle in behind that.
I just want to make sure I don't have a conflict with the meetings because of other committees.
Yeah, it is it's once a month on Wednesdays, I believe. It's on the same day as the SB Surgery Retirement Board. Let me give you it's in the afternoon on the Calle Real campus. Dr. Hamami, am I right? Is it Wednesdays? Third Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay.
And when I was on it, maybe it was during COVID, but there was a remote option. Is that still available for that meeting? Not anymore.
I
Okay.
can do Calle Real. It's in my district.
Okay, in person now. Okay.
Calle Real is in my district. I should be able to make that. Yeah.
Does that seem to work for your
Yeah,
schedule?
I think it does. BWell's Wednesdays too, but probably.
Okay.
You said
but I
BWell's
think.
one. Oh, okay.
Okay.
If it doesn't work out, we could potentially bring it back, and
Yeah,
make an
I think
adjustment.
It's probably fine.
You'll be first among equals, so I'm sure we can adjust the schedule.
Great. Okay, good.
Next item is SB Surgery Retirement Board. The term of this ends this year, end of this last year, but I know Supervisor Lavanino has been doing some amazing work there, faithfully working through some really challenges there, and I think it'd be really important to have him finish out his term as supervisor on the retirement board. So I would like to make sure he stays there, even though it's a partial term.
I would be happy to.
Right. Great. Thank you, Steve. We already dealt with rural county representatives. That takes us to our last final item is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. And that's currently Supervisor Hartman. I think they had me as alternate, but I don't believe there's an alternate for that position. I think we discovered that after the fact last year. Supervisor Hartman, you happy to stay on there for another year? If I may. Yeah, that sounds great. I am interested in the future. There's some connectivity that I lost when I left that from some of the programs I've been working on. I'll try to re-engage on some of those, but it would be a natural fit in the future for my office as well. So, but I appreciate your service to that. So we'll have Hartman there as a regular member, and then we'll zero out the alternate, because we did think we checked on that with legal last year, and there is no alternate for the WIB.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, and we did have a note last year that if we chose to have an alternate, they would be a non-voting member, so.
I think there was actually some legislation that we found out later on that was along that didn't, so if we can. All right. So want to go ahead and take a motion to adopt the 2026 boards and commissions and committees that have been discussed here. Very small changes.
So moved.
Oh, real quick.
Thank you. And Chair Nelson, I wasn't able to locate the bylaws, but I was able to confirm that in the past we have done chair or designee. So
Okay. Well, then I'm happy to stay there as the alternate for the Workforce Investment Board. So I think I had a motion from Supervisor Hartman and a second for Supervisor Capps to adopt the discussed boards, commissions, and committees of the 2026 Board of Supervisors. So I have a motion and a second. Do you need anything else, Madam Clerk, on that?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I did just want to confirm the changes today. As we discussed, our council has noted that we were unable to find the bylaws for the law library. So if we could stick with the original bylaws as noted on their website, that the chair is ex officio member, that would be Supervisor Nelson. And if we need to come back and bring that back to the board, we can change that to a delegate, perhaps. Or
designee. I
Designee.
believe that the
Yeah.
chair has a prerogative, which I would happily exercise, to designate it to Supervisor Capps, is which my plan is to do.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that is what we've done in the past.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Okay, so my name will show up in that column, but functionally we'll have Supervisor Capps serve this year on behalf of the chair.
And in addition to that, we made changes to recommendation W to the Psychiatric Health Facility Governing Board. The regular member is Supervisor Capps, and the alternate member is Supervisor Lee. And last, we made a change to Z Workforce Development Board, removing the alternate. Is that correct?
I think we were saying it might still be on there, so let's go ahead and leave it on there. I don't think it hurts. So, are you okay with the motion, Supervisor Hartman?
Yes.
Okay, and Supervisor Capps?
Yep.
Okay, getting agreement among the motion and the seconder. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. Let's go ahead and move on to departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding General Services Energy Program update.
I didn't know. It was already filled up.
I should have walked faster. I have tiny legs.
All right, Mr. Kaysen, please proceed.
Go ahead.
Well, Chair Nelson, supervisors of the board, my name is Brandon Kaysen. Happy New Year. It's an honor to be here, and just want to say thank you for your time this morning. I'm really excited to provide the county's energy program update, talk a little bit about what we're doing in the energy division and general services at large. So just a real quick intro. I'm going to go over the energy division at a high level, what our initiatives are, some of our goals, and key achievements from the last fiscal year. We'll talk a little bit about what the energy use and cost trends look like for county facilities, some of our initiatives around renewable energy, and a sneak peek at what we're looking forward to. So I put together this diagram just very simply to paint the picture of where we stand, the energy division, and what some of our motives are in terms of how we select projects and what we prioritize. So at the top, fiscal responsibility really is at the forefront of how we choose our projects, whether it's retrofits, replacements, new developments, other programs. Fiscal responsibility is our primary decision maker, and that's something that's really important to me, so we make the best use of taxpayer dollars as we're operating our facilities. Next, environmental sustainability. Someone much wiser than me said, if we're going to be stewards of this earth, that we need to consider planting trees today that we may never bear fruit from. We may not get to enjoy their shade, but thinking about what we can do as an institution to invest in our facilities to reduce our impact on the environment, or potentially even invest in improving our environment, is a major decision factor for us. Next, resiliency, which resiliency doesn't always mean reducing emissions. This means how do we protect ourselves in case of disaster. That includes a variety of backup power sources. It could be battery energy storage systems, it could be natural gas generators, it could be our own renewable energy systems, and just thinking holistically about what those opportunities are, what our challenges are, and trying to marry them. And last, occupant comfort. Creating a work environment that is healthy for our employees is something that is going to, one, improve productivity, reduce sick days, and hopefully let staff feel a little happier showing up to their buildings, knowing that our facilities are a healthy place to work. So 4 major categories that we use to, on a weekly basis to prioritize what our efforts are going to be. The first is energy and utility management. So working with GS Finance, we're reviewing utility bills. We're identifying anomalies that show up in those utility bills, analyzing everything from natural gas, electricity, water, et cetera, and making sure that they're accurate and there aren't any red flags that need to be addressed. And if there are red flags, making sure that we're investigating those issues, we're initiating energy audits, water audits to make sure that leaks or excess usage is addressed and taken care of as soon as possible. Next is our Zero Net Energy effort, where anytime there's a new development project, a major design and construction effort, the Energy Division is a part of that team to ensure that we're achieving the goals of our Zero Net Energy resolution. And there may be a variety of different pathways to achieve that, and ensuring that we're meeting those goals, but also doing it in a cost-effective and efficient manner. And then working with our facilities team to identify candidates for electrification. So that's looking at our aging gas-powered infrastructure and saying, what is the marginal cost? How much more would we need to spend when we replace that equipment to electrify? And is that marginal cost recovered through the energy efficiency gained from that change in infrastructure? Lastly, really looking at the best sites for renewable energy infrastructure. It may not come as a surprise that not every location that we own and operate is a great candidate for solar, but ensuring that where those best opportunities are, that we're making those investments. Next, energy efficiency. So again, coordinating with our facilities maintenance team to do energy audits to identify the low-hanging fruit, but also coming up with a plan for investing in larger equipment that have longer payback periods. As utility rates increase, focusing on buildings in those areas because we know we're going to achieve the higher return on investment where utility rates are highest. And then, thinking creatively and identifying funding sources. design projects, support for implementation. We have an entire network of professionals within the county that I rely on to get these projects done. And lastly, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We work with our fleet division hand in hand on a weekly basis to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to support the adoption of electric vehicles throughout the county. So taking a look back, I came up with 5 big wins for general services. The first is we awarded 9 solar power purchase agreements. It was not a novel concept, but novel for the county. And if electricity rates continue to climb, as we have seen over the last decade, we project to save about $57 million over a 30-year time span. So really exciting projects there. We've initiated the designs and begun the installation of 150 EV charging stations through the California Energy Commission grant for government fleets. We've successfully began operations of the 250 kilowatt solar array at the RFCC EOC location, which is expected to offset 100% of the electricity consumption at that site. We completed an 11-building retrofit, $1.3 million LED lighting retrofit on the Foster Road campus, which is expected to have a net savings of $750,000 over a 15-year period. And lastly, we've completed the HVAC and building energy management system design for 6 buildings throughout the county, which will help us, 1, achieve zero net energy for our existing building infrastructure and get our operations to a 21st century infrastructure so that we can best manage our buildings efficiently. Some highlights to talk about are the RFCC, or the expansion of the EOC, being a zero net energy facility. This is an all-electric facility that uses heat pumps, LED lights, and EV charging stations with the demand met by on-site solar renewable energy. It's a pretty novel project and something that we're really excited about. We got to flip the switch and started producing renewable energy there at that site, so that's really exciting for us. Another is the probation headquarters building, which again, another all-electric facility that energy demand will be met 100% by the on-site renewable energy. And then, of course, the more difficult projects that we face are our existing building infrastructure and transitioning older equipment, aged buildings to zero net energy, in which we have 2 really exciting projects that we're finalizing the last pieces currently, and that's the Casa Nueva building, our general services headquarters. Once we get the rooftop package units replaced with energy efficient air source heat pumps, it'll be an all electric facility. That is one of our sites for the power purchase agreements. And then the Santa Maria admin building, same effort, replacing the rooftop package units, and we have existing solar and battery infrastructure there. So 2 projects that we're planning on celebrating more than just this meeting here, but really, really exciting developments. Okay, use and costs. So what you're looking at here are the energy consumption. So this is the total of electricity and natural gas use. We have the last 6 years here, last 5 complete fiscal years, and then the current year to date. And as you will notice, electricity consumption and natural gas consumption has actually decreased over time. Last fiscal year, we showed a 4% reduction in total energy use when compared to fiscal year 23-24, and was 10% lower than our average fiscal year. Currently, we are on pace with that trend and have had some months, if you see in July of 2025, we were actually lower than the last 5 years. So things are moving in the right direction in terms of total use. Energy costs, on the other hand, it may come as no surprise if you've looked at your own energy bills that costs are going up. And even with efforts to reduce energy consumption, we are seeing record total costs. So if you take a look at July 2025, total energy consumption, while it was 25% lower than 2022, we ended up paying 50% more. So we're driving use down and costs are climbing quite quickly. So this is something that we're very present to and trying to mitigate with everything that we do. Just a snapshot here. This is Total utility costs, roughly $10 million in fiscal year 24-25. So a small, but I think very important piece of the overall budget, and something that we're very present to and trying to curtail as we move forward. And we should mention that we save about $1.3 million from the existing solar arrays that we have. This doesn't include any of the future power purchase agreements. Some of the impacts on cost, some of these are probably not a surprise to you, but I think it's worth mentioning that the wildfire risk and the liability that utilities have faced have put a pressure on ratepayers as they recover some of their costs. So, resiliency efforts are equally as important as energy efficiency efforts. There are a lot of fixed costs, especially, when we consider making investments in rooftop or parking lots, solar arrays, or investing in new HVAC equipment. There are short-term fixed costs that have to be recovered over the long-term savings. Natural gas has been very volatile and it's difficult to predict. So electricity prices are relatively tied to natural gas, at least in the near term, because that's where the state does get its lion's share of electricity. And as we see renewables come online, that story is shifting. But something that we need to pay attention to. And last is grid modernization. There are a lot of changes in the economy, especially with AI and data centers, energy storage, electrification. So there are major investments that need to be made to get the grid to meet the demands and the complexities that we see today. So everyone's familiar with our large solar array on the hillside just behind the jail. This 1 megawatt array was completed in 2012. It was funded through a California Energy Commission grant. It's to date produced 25 million kilowatt hours. So roughly speaking, that's about 1.5 times our electricity budget for the county in a normal year. To date, we've saved $4.2 million from this project with a capital cost of $3.8 million. There's been total savings has exceeded the initial investment well before our 15-year loan timeline. So this has been a huge win and has proved to provide the value that we had hoped it would provide. Over the next 15 years, we expect this project to achieve an additional $8 million in savings. Here's just a snapshot. Don't need to go through all of these projects, but I know there's some that are of particular interest. These are the 9 power purchase agreements that were awarded. 4.2 megawatts of solar, so this more than doubles our existing 3.4 megawatts. Average cost about 30 cents per kilowatt hour. That will remain in perpetuity throughout the course of these contracts. So predictability of costs is achieved through these power purchase agreements. And again, if electricity continues at the rate of growth that we've seen, we expect to save about $57 million over this timeline. In total, with these projects, we'll meet about 66% of the county's total electricity needs. There are a couple of these projects that have extremely aggressive timelines where we have interconnection agreements under what they call NEM 2.0. I'm very confident to say that we have a great project team, both internally and externally, and we're ahead of schedule on those projects, and there's no reason to think that we won't achieve those NEM 2 timelines. And just a quick diagram: total energy consumption in the county, 243,000 million BTU. This is about the equivalent to 7,000 homes. So again, this is just county-owned and operated facilities. That energy consumption can be broken down by 57% electricity, 43% natural gas. And just in the electricity section, about 30% is county-owned solar, 36% will be provided by our additional power purchase agreements, 32% from grid-sourced renewable electricity. So this is procuring renewable electricity through our community choice aggregator. And then there's about 12% that's non-renewable. So again, this will get us to about 88% renewable electricity for the county, and total energy, when we consider natural gas as well, will be 50% renewable. So some initiatives really quickly as we look forward to this next fiscal year. Top of mind, completing construction of our solar array at the Northern Branch Jail and Foster Road campus. Again, those are our NEM 2.0 projects. Completing net zero energy retrofits for Casa Nueva and Santa Maria admin buildings. Collaborating with our internal team, facilities, and capital to identify retrofits for gas-powered equipment, where feasible, where cost-effective, and really identifying the infrastructure that is approaching end of life. Executing the installations of EV charging infrastructure, identifying $1 million in LED lighting retrofits to be funded through on-bill financing. We intend to release an RFQ for financing and implementing building upgrades through what they call energy as a service. So this would be a possible way for us to implement deep energy efficiency projects without financing them ourselves, without having to raise capital to do so. And then lastly, something I'm interested in getting some feedback on. We were approached with a project concept titled the Battery Energy Storage System Land Use and Energy Resiliency Partnership. This is just an idea at this stage, so let that be known. But if anyone is aware of the vulnerabilities of the Gaviota area, it's at the end of Southern California Edison service territory. So this would be looking at siting a utility scale battery to mitigate potential outages. It has the potential of bringing revenue to the county for siting it on our property and would provide significant resilience to our community at large. So again, if this is something that is of interest and would like for General Services to come back with more information, would be happy to facilitate that. So in summary, making progress with energy efficiency, renewable energy, resiliency projects really requires long-term planning, and to achieve the benefits that they promise requires upfront investments. Focusing on hiring technical experts, whether they are our partners internally or externally, is really important for the energy division. We're a division of two, so there's nothing, we can't do anything without a network of professionals, and so we're grateful for Public Works and Community Services and our investor-owned utilities and a variety of other third-party programs to help us get these projects done. Support for energy investments and sustainability goals really starts at the leadership level, and I'll just say that I'm really grateful to have your support in moving forward with these projects, because I have a lot of counterparts at other cities and counties where that's not the case. And so I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership. Targeting retrofits for aged equipment and prioritizing renewable energy will lower our operational costs, lowering our emissions, improving our ability to respond to potential disasters or need for additional resources. And then lastly, as utility costs increase, the return on investment of energy projects does as well. So, this is something that we're paying attention to, and in an environment with a reduced budget, we're getting really creative with different ways that we potentially could bring money in from different resources to help lower our energy consumption and improve our operations. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and happy to receive any questions or that you might have.
All right, Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask how big your division is, and you just answered it. It's just two. It's incredible, the amount of work. And along that lines, I think also why this isn't so important is, can you just affirm for me how big our footprint is in the county? I mean, we, if not the biggest property owner, maybe Vandenberg is somewhat bigger, but we're amongst the top, correct? So if we make these strides, it really has a huge impact.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, to the chair. If I might say, I have one of my mentors is at UC Santa Barbara, and we talk regularly about what they're doing to implement projects and how they're doing. And they're pretty aggressive with their energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, and we're really not far behind. And this is a University of California institution,
right?
So I think that there's a lot to be proud about how we're doing, and there's certainly a lot of room to go as well.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, but I just have to note that I've been on the board 3 years, and I've noticed even in that short period of time a shift from energy focus, sustainability being now such a core to what we're doing in terms of our facilities rather than more of an add-on. I've just noticed a shift, so I really applaud the efforts. I'm intrigued by what you've mentioned about Tahiguas and creating battery storage. I think it makes a ton of sense, particularly given the grid vulnerability. So can you speak a little bit more? I know that you're just raising it as an idea, but what kind of feedback are you looking for? What would be the next step if you hear some interest up here?
Yeah, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So General Services was, we were brought into a meeting to talk about what this potential project would look like. And essentially it would be siting open air utility scale battery energy storage systems to provide grid reliability, to reduce demand use, to smooth out the curve that we see from an abundance of renewable energy in the middle of the day, and making sure that that's valuable in the evening as well, but also curtailing any potential major disasters, and so that we can provide electricity to residents, if the power lines were to be compromised in that area. So, this would be looking at being a host for this project, and so that's where potential revenues could come into play. Again, we've had one meeting to kind of open up the conversation, and so again, if this is something that everyone would like to know more about, we are more than happy to continue to facilitate those conversations and present, what the costs and benefits are. This is something that we want to move forward with, and so on. So it's still very early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm interested in hearing more and seeing what the benefits would be. So count me in. Maybe the next step would be a internal meeting. But my second question has to do with the fact in your initial slide, you included the health benefits for our county employees with this work that we're doing. And I just, again, applaud that you've made that a central pillar, because I think that also often gets overlooked. And can you speak a little bit more about that? Are we tracking that? Could we be tracking that? I know, again, I know that you're a division of two, so I'm not adding to the workload, but I'm just curious, and if there's any overlap, I'm looking at Dr. Hamami, if there's any overlap with county health, because again, I just know, and we've seen with recent studies, just how beneficial the move to electrification is on people's health, kids with asthma, et cetera. So again, I applaud that. I'm just curious to learn more.
Yeah, Supervisor through the chair. So Harvard, Berkeley, you name it, a lot of these major universities have done research on small improvements on air quality and how that affects reduction in sick time, improvements in productivity, memory retention. I mean, the list goes on. It's pretty remarkable. Filtration improvements, as we transition away from natural gas, in some cases, transitioning from internal combustion, say like a cooking stove to an induction cooktop, does have a measurable improvement on occupant health. But just in general, lighting quality has a big impact on our circadian rhythms. HVAC systems, newer infrastructure, and just that alone is going to make improvements on air quality. So anecdotally, and looking at the research, there are a lot of benefits, and it would be difficult to track, but it's something that we could look at.
Yeah, well, you brought it up, and my colleagues on my team are probably laughing right now, but lighting, since you brought it up, it is so important. These LEDs, while they're so great for energy efficiency, are really not very healthy. So the move towards natural light, and I did see it at the new dispatch system, that there was much more usage of natural light in that room. And I brought it up with the person giving us the tour, and they said it was very intentional. So the more that we can incorporate natural light into people's workplaces is much more healthy for their stamina, to be more productive, et cetera. So since you brought it up, that's why I have my migraine glasses up here when I'm here for long days, because of these LEDs. So I'll stop with my lecturing on that front. But anyway, last question is just how this sets us up we're on track for more than doubling our solar which bears repeating, a potential savings of close to $60 million. How does that fit into the state's goals? I know you're tracking that as well, the state's overall climate goals.
Yeah, Supervisor through the chair. So I think we're really in alignment, if anything, a couple steps ahead of the state and the state's goals. And I think that if we continue to, find these, the low-hanging fruit and the opportunities that really bring us a lot of value, even that alone is going to keep us ahead of the curve. So, and it's good business practice at the end of the day. I truly feel that. And, just by focusing on where we can save money and reduce our emissions, improve health, is going to keep us ahead of the state's goals.
Well, thank you. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, a couple of questions. But first of all, we're really lucky to have you. And the battery storage and that you're innovating and staying on the cutting edge is very much, I think, what our board wants to see, and you're realizing that. I was interested in the fact that the electricity consumption is going down, and I wondered what you attribute that to. Is that the retrofits we've been doing, or can you elaborate a little more?
Sure, yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. LED lights, as much as they can have a negative impact and at times, and we need to be mindful of that, have a significant reduction in energy demand, and we've had a large focus because it's such low-hanging fruit and has a great return on investment. We've been prioritizing those projects, and that could save 5 to 10% of a total building's energy consumption over the course of a year alone. Just by the nature of a lot of our infrastructure aging out, we're having to replace it with new equipment. And given the development of the building code, the energy code, just doing a code minimum replacement now actually requires gains in efficiency. And we're, of course, looking beyond what's required by the code. So replacing rooftop package units with air source heat pumps can save 15 to 20% of a building's energy consumption as well. Building energy management systems as well, just having the information necessary that we can be proactive and better manage our facilities, setting timers for certain things, and just making sure that if there's a red flag on a piece of equipment, that we know that information right away rather than waiting till we hear from an occupant in the building or or it breaks for that matter. So being proactive, doing replacements, and just making progress over time. I mean, the renewable energy projects have a big piece in that as well.
So windows, I guess, are not a great return on investment, but we can't get ours closed on the 4th floor sometimes, so we're kind of wasteful. So you're using smart technology to manage, and we're doing that more and more. I was just curious because I learned about this. I hadn't cleaned my solar array, and I lost about a third of the value, the generation capacity. And I just wondered, what is our county strategy for cleaning? And there's special companies that do this.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Supervisor through the chair. To date, we have worked with Endelos to clean our solar panels. One reason is because they've done a lot of the installs for us, and for whatever reason, and I may be wrong, but there's not a lot of companies that like to adopt or work on other companies' projects. I don't know if it's unique to the industry, but it's what we've seen. So we have an annual maintenance program, and in some cases a biannual cleaning schedule. It just depends on how much rain we've gotten and what they look like visually. So that's a program that the Energy Division manages. We do all the maintenance, all the repairs, all the cleaning for our county-owned infrastructure. And regardless of whether it was a general services project or not, we do take care of those projects. All the power purchase agreements, on the other hand, is 100% the responsibility of the developers. So we're just buying the electricity that they produce, and it's their prerogative and in their best interest to make sure that they're clean and operating as efficiently as they possibly could, maximizing production, because that's how they recover their investment. And of course, that's in our best interest as well. We don't have to send staff or have other contracts to do the maintenance and repairs and cleaning of those projects.
My next question has to do with still kind of the electricity going down. I would serve on the 3CE board, and the president said, over time, we want to see electricity consumption going up. because we're transitioning the autos and transportation and other things to electricity. So do you anticipate that happening with us in terms of the chargers? That's question number one. And then are you the person to ask about our fleet? And, we've just lost at the end of last year the federal subsidies for EVs. So I just wonder where that stands.
Okay, Supervisor through the chair. So the first question, should we expect to see electricity going up? The graph that you saw was total energy. So that's BTUs both in natural gas and electricity. We do expect to transition some of our petrol spend, so our gas for vehicles, to electricity. So we may see a bit of an uptick there. We are transitioning gas-powered infrastructure to electric-powered infrastructure where it makes sense, and I think that that's a really important distinction to make. Retrofitting the jail to be an all-electric jail, you guys would laugh at the cost of what that would potentially look like. But we are making every effort we can where it's again feasible and cost-effective. So yes, we do expect to see a transition from energy consumption in petroleum and natural gas to electricity. I don't expect there to see like a big V-shape move in our electricity consumption because of that. And then the second one, you absolutely can reach out to me with regard to EV related topics. I'm not the expert in that. I work hand in hand with Eric Barker, who's our fleet division manager. And it's a really interesting time in the space where we're seeing all these new companies come out of nowhere with some really interesting technology. I was just talking about solid state batteries yesterday. So there's really some promising innovations occurring in the space, all the while some of the larger manufacturers are stopping or stalling their developments in electric vehicles, Ford being one of them, because we relied on the Lightning quite a bit. And a lot of our staff really loved the vehicle, but so it's a rapidly evolving space. We still expect to see that we're going to make progress in our electric vehicle adoption. And we were just talking with the sheriff recently about their interest in getting some vehicles. So if you sit in an EV and you drive one around, if you don't like EVs, I can almost guarantee that your opinion will change. And so a lot of times it's this idea of the change or letting go of what we had before that is a cause of concern. But the CEC grant, moving forward with charging stations, we will have the infrastructure in place so that when we do bring on sedans and trucks, et cetera, we have a place to park them and charge them and move things forward. So,
well, eventually the idea is that we can charge at work and then bring our cars home and use that to charge our homes during that period from 4 to 8. So our electricity, I mean, we really do need the chargers. Well, I just wanted to echo what Supervisor Capps said about Tehiguas. Again, it's, as you say, really uncertain times in a lot of ways, but there's a lot of innovation, and I'm eager to keep our county on the cutting edge.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee.
So how is the county prioritizing locations for new EV chargers to make sure that we're actually using them?
So Supervisor Lee, through the chair. So we worked with our partners at 3CE, our local CCA. They actually had funding available for us to do a study where we domicile all of our county-owned vehicles, whether it's motor pool or department vehicles. We looked at miles traveled for those vehicles, the age of those vehicles, and which departments were driving them. That gave us an indication as to where the domicile locations were, where we were getting the highest amount of use and most likely to electrify those vehicles. So those are the locations that were selected for our application in the California Energy Commission grant that we were awarded.
Got it. Another question is, so how do we consider putting in more of our attention to underserved areas in the county?
Yeah, Supervisor, through the chair, that's a really important question. And the answer that I have is, General Services, we're focused on installing charging stations on our property, so only county-owned parking lots. So we do work very closely with our community services team and the sustainability staff who admittedly have a much closer and more intimate understanding of that question than even I do. So when there's opportunities to do public-facing infrastructure, they're brought into the fold, and sometimes they bring opportunities to us. And so there's a lot of back and forth, and it's certainly a part of the conversation anytime we're looking at siting EV chargers.
Good. So you are working with other department teams about this. I see Gary Wong here. Yes. Good. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess I have a few questions here. When you guys are looking at the cost and the payback period, are you guys comparing that to any type of opportunity cost? Any other, rate of use of funds? And the reason why I ask that is that's important because, if those dollars were spent somewhere else, the return might be higher for our tax dollars. If a building, if construction costs are going up at 12%, those dollars are better spent for a county if we're spending that on a construction project versus an EV project that's only getting 5% return. So are we looking at those things at all when we're trying to determine on our payback what the real opportunity cost is?
Chair Nelson, so those opportunity costs oftentimes are discussed within a project concept, or especially when we're looking at design. Does it make more sense to invest in the building exterior and envelope or advanced technologies for HVAC or otherwise? Opportunity costs compared to like other programs like social services and things like that. It's not.
No, I'm actually talking about capital because we have limited capital dollars, right?
Yeah, right.
And so when we're looking at it, if we wait to build a project because we don't have the dollars, it can double in price, maybe over a 5 or 6 year period of time. And so, we spend it on an energy project that we only get a 3 or 4% return, pay back over 15 years. That's really actually not a good investment for the county in that sense. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. If there's anything you guys do that to compare at, maybe that's a question from Director Lagerquist, if that's something you guys evaluate when you guys are making recommendations on capital projects to us.
Chair Nelson, so I guess I would say that, like the power purchase agreements, we're not putting up the capital for those. So, I'm a big fan of using other people's money where possible. So like this California Energy Commission grant we got for $4.7 million from the state. So when we can best use other monies to offset our own, we definitely want to take advantage of that. So I would say yes.
Yeah, and that's why I've been supportive of those ones when we've been able to have $0 down. If we're just going to be using their money, that makes sense to me. Again, I'm worried about when we spend general fund dollars on projects that they may be worthwhile projects for our climate goals, they may be worthwhile projects for, setting a good example, but they may actually be bad investments compared to maybe paving a road that's going to continue to deteriorate at a higher rate and going to cost us more down the road to fix it. So again, I just want to make sure that we're looking at the whole picture as an organization. I know that there's a lot of energy behind, pun intended, this department. But I think we need to make sure that we've got to take a step back and go, okay, is this the best use of those dollars at this time? It may be in the future, but I think that we need to look at that holistically, and so that would be kind of my feedback on that. Further on the Tahigas question, I know that there's actually infrastructure in place at Tahigas that they put in place to potentially do some other energy projects there. So if we're going to be opening up that discussion, I think it needs to be, let's make it sure it's more than just a battery. And I prefer that. No offense to General Services, but I prefer that, Public Works be the lead on that facility since it's, they're now the operator of that as well as the owner. I know there's a lot wrapped up in that. There's Coastal Commission, there's lawsuits, there's a lot of things going on. So I think we need to be very careful about how we proceed on that. But I think more information is always good for us as a board.
I guess I would just absolutely, it would certainly tie in with Chris Nedden and Public Works on that one. From a general services perspective, they were looking for about 2 acres of land to lease to put in a battery energy storage system. And looking at more advanced battery technology, I know there's concerns on what type of battery systems are out there, and there's sodium phosphate, or I think that was the one they were looking at. Much safer than what happened up in Nipomo, so advanced technologies there as well.
Well, I think there's the opportunity, though. It's already been piped for some energy production on site. So, tying that battery
I
with the
believe
energy
there's
production.
methane system
With a
there.
methane system that I don't think we ever utilized. So it might be good, this might be the opportunity to marry both those things. Obviously at Tahigas, you're kind of at the end of the line, and so it's kind of a potential peaker plant opportunity for our system, right? It's the end of the line for Southern California Edison, and so it is strategically a really good opportunity. I just would hope that we're not so narrowly focused on the battery piece, but that we actually look at the whole facility and maximizing what opportunities there are to produce energy for the reliability for the whole region, especially down here in the South Coast. So just kind of floating that out there as part of that discussion for you as you guys move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the group that approached us was focused on the battery energy storage. I mean, we can also look at the methane system as well and where possible to bring that online as a
seems like
holistic look.
it might be a
Yeah.
good opportunity to look at both those projects together, and if that's something that somebody's interested in.
Correct.
CO?
Supervisors, so 3 of you expressed interest for general services, and so because we do have the 8-hour rule, it's a good reminder, 2026, if there's any new projects the board that is not, were not contemplated right now, we need your direction. So today, if you could give us that direction, and because it would involve general services, public works, CSD, planning, I'd task Wade Horton in my office to sort of coordinate that. And we know this is a conceptual at this stage, but we heard all your comments today when we would do that evaluation.
Okay, we'll make sure that's incorporated into a motion. My last question has to do with EV charger usage.
Okay.
Are we, I see the EV chargers that are near my office in Santa Maria, and I don't see them being used very often. I've tried to use them, they're very difficult to use, so I don't know if that's a problem that other people are having as well. Are we looking at that from, we've built all this infrastructure, but is it actually getting utilized, and why or why not?
So Chair Nelson, it's a really good question. And in the EV landscape, it is, which one comes first, the drivers or the chargers? And we said, well, the chargers probably should come first so that there is confidence for if I'm considering getting an EV or not, that near my workplace, there's a place to park and charge. We never know exactly how much a charger is going to get used when we install it. The hope is that the word spreads and gets out, and we rely on other partners to help get the word out about them. Some of the chargers we put in place have been earmarked just for fleet, and so they haven't been made available to the public so that when we do bring EVs online, there's a place to charge them. So we've been sensitive to that. And we did change our rates, and we changed our rates specifically to ensure that we're recovering our costs. That did make us a little less, competitive or attractive to the average driver. So, we have seen usage decline a little bit, but our revenues have increased substantially. So we're recovering all of our costs, and I'm positive that having them in place is going to be encouraging for drivers, and we expect to see adoption increase moving forward.
Yeah, I just think that some of these apps and some of the software around them are difficult. And I don't know if we've looked at other vendors that might make it easier for people to kind of plug in and go. It's been my experience that these are somewhat difficult to arrange, and I'm pretty tech savvy. So I don't know if that's something that might be driving some of our usage down, is that they may not be as attractive because of maybe the vendor that's providing that interface with the driver. So again, just something to highlight for you, especially as we look at those numbers, what is getting used of our public chargers? If they're not getting used, maybe we need to go out there and survey that a little bit and figure out, is it location, is it charges, or is it ease of use? And I think that is one of those pieces there we might want to dig in a little deeper on. So
Yeah.
just giving you feedback because we have this opportunity to do that.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. I think those are great recommendations, and we want these chargers to get used, period. So, if there's opportunities to improve that, we're all about it. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? And Madam Clerk, we don't have any public comment on this item. Is that my understanding?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, that is correct. We have no request to speak on this item.
All right, so then this is a receive and file, so I'll take a motion to receive and file this, and this is not a project under CEQA, with the direction that General Services and other departments take a look at the Tahigas question and what other opportunities that might present themselves. Is that enough for you, Cia Miyasada? Or what are you looking for?
I think that's fine. It's the direction that staff look at this opportunity, and as well as other energy-producing uses around Tahigas, but particularly the battery and solar project that's been conceptualized.
All right, that would be the motion I'm looking for. Can I get a motion? Motion from
that motion.
Supervisor Hartman,
And I will second.
a second from Supervisor Capps. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so just give us a moment while we kind of figure out some agenda management here. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please read item 3 into the record? They knew what it was. They knew what it was.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to Santa Barbara County Code, Chapter 6, Article 6 regarding outdoor festivals, and Chapter 36 regarding public nuisances.
All right.
That was a great icebreaker. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and Board of Supervisors. I am Lieutenant Joe Schmidt of the Sheriff's Isla Vista Foot Patrol. I'm proud to serve Isla Vista as a Chief of Police Services. I'm here to discuss an amendment to the Deltopia Outdoor Festival Ordinance, and joining me today are co-presenters Vince Pierucci, Director of the local Emergency Medical Services Agency, and Division Chief Patrick Bide of the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. Both will discuss health and safety impacts of Deltopia from the perspective of their agencies. Deputy CEO Brittany Oderman is also here, not presenting, but available for questions regarding the permitting of outdoor festivals. For 16 years, the County of Santa Barbara has been grappling with several challenges associated with this unsanctioned event, an event that's been dangerous to our community, disastrous to the environment, and harmful to our neighbors. The Outdoor Festival Ordinance currently prohibits amplified music during Deltopia weekend from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the first week of UCSB spring quarter. Although this current time restriction reduces crowds and parties in the evening, it does not mitigate harmful behavior in Isla Vista during the day. So this is a proposal to increase the ban of amplified music audible from the property line to 72 hours, from Friday at 12 a.m. to Sunday at 11:59 p.m. on the first week of spring quarter, and also to expand enforcement of the outdoor festival and nuisance party ordinances to housing northwest of Isla Vista. The expansion of the festival and nuisance party ordinances would extend to the Cove, located on the northwest corner of Stork Road in El Colegio, just outside Isla Vista. Opened in 2025, the Cove is occupied by numerous Santa Barbara City College and UCSB students. From September 5th to October 26, 2025, the Cove generated 36 calls to the Sheriff's Office reporting disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Expanding enforceability of the outdoor festival and nuisance party ordinances at the Cove will help reduce disorderly conduct and restore peace to this residential neighborhood. The goals of this ordinance are to protect Isla Vista, UCSB, and neighboring communities, to prevent future tragedy, change the harmful culture of Deltopia, which historically has involved unregulated parties near the cliffs and dangerous amounts of alcohol consumption, to deter out-of-town crowds to keep it local, and collaborate with the Ivy Community Services District, Ivy Parks, and UCSB to facilitate an alternative event that's safe and sanctioned. This is not about control or increasing police presence. In fact, the goal is to reduce police presence by facilitating a sanctioned event that requires far less law enforcement and other emergency county resources. For several months, the Sheriff's Office has met with numerous stakeholders seen on the slide from Isla Vista, UCSB, and neighboring communities to discuss the proposal and solicit input for other options. The proposed alternative was to allow Deltopia to continue in its current form, but to seal off Isla Vista to prevent out-of-towners from entering by using roadblocks and checkpoints. But based on the size of Isla Vista, and unfortunately, these measures are not logistically possible because of the size of Isla Vista and it being so porous. I'll now discuss the history of Deltopia. In 2009, 12,000 people converged onto Isla Vista beaches for what was referred to as Flotopia. Flotopia quickly became an environmental and human disaster. Binge drinking led to numerous alcohol overdoses, and many of these patients were in the ocean on inflatable devices meant for swimming pools. As such, there were multiple near drownings requiring water rescues. 2 people fell off the cliff, and there were multiple injuries. Additionally, thousands of pounds of trash were left on the beach, and most of it washed into the Pacific Ocean at high tide. To protect the people and our fragile environment that's so important to Isla Vista and UCSB, the beaches were closed. Thus, the party moved to Del Playa, and in 2010, Deltopia was born. But unfortunately, new problems emerged, jeopardizing health and safety. In 2013, a balcony on the 6600 block of Del Playa collapsed, causing multiple injuries and sending 5 patients to the hospital. Injuries included a fractured pelvis, fractured legs, and severe nerve damage. Also in 2013, Cal Poly student Giselle Ayala was at a party on the 6700 block of Del Playa, located on the cliffside. The residents who threw the party described it as out of control, with people jumping fences to get in. Chaos erupted inside the house, and several tables were destroyed. As the party broke up, Giselle was separated by her friends. The next morning, on April 6th, Giselle's body was found near Campus Point. The investigation revealed that Giselle likely fell off the cliff while trying to escape the out-of-control party. This was a case I personally investigated. During Deltopia 2014, a riot started after a police officer was knocked unconscious with a glass bottle while trying to break up a fight. Law enforcement who responded to rescue the downed officer were met by a violent mob who began throwing rocks and bottles. I know because I was one of the responding deputies that night. This led to a riot that lasted several hours. Multiple people were injured and extensive property damage occurred. Out-of-towners contributed to much of the chaos and destruction that night. And in the aftermath, the entire Sheriff's Detective Bureau prioritized arresting instigators of the riot. Arrests were made from San Diego to Lake Tahoe, and this temporarily suspended other investigations. In 2023, we saw a resurgence of out-of-town crowds enter Isla Vista to attend Deltopia. In the image titled Deltopia 2023, on the bottom left, an out-of-town DJ holds an unpermitted concert at 6653 Del Playa. It's estimated 1,000 people at that location alone. Streets and balconies were overcrowded with people, limiting the accessibility of first responders. And sadly, we had another death during Deltopia 2023. Jude Carinale was found unresponsive in a bathroom and died from a fentanyl overdose. 2 additional patients were found with Jude and also transported to the hospital for emergency treatment. During Deltopia 2024, we ran out of ambulances in the morning due to multiple alcohol overdoses. Several patients with acute alcohol poisoning, many found unconscious and covered in their own vomit, had to be carried to the nearest sheriff vehicles and transported to a medical tent. In 2024, 42 patients were transported to Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital, 22 of which were identified as UCSB students. The evidence continues to show that a significant part of Deltopia's culture is the overconsumption of alcohol and unregulated serving at residential parties. In Deltopia 2025, just last year, we continued to see high numbers of arrests, citations, and medical calls where we had an estimated 30,000 people in Isla Vista, primarily on Del Playa. There were 48 485 citations, 84 physical arrests, 1 firearm seized from an out-of-towner, 122 medical calls to EMS, 57 patients treated at a triage tent, 25 patients transported to the hospital, and 7 ambulances assigned to this mass casualty incident. Deltopia continues to grow and negatively affect our neighbors. The city of Goleta spends $30,000 annually cleaning up after Deltopia. Out-of-towners park, tailgate, trash neighborhoods, and even urinate and defecate in public, primarily surrounding Gersh Park, Dos Pueblos High School, and Western Goleta residential areas. I've even received reports of Deltopia attendees urinating and defecating in front of children playing sports in Gersh Park. Speaking of local children, Deltopia is heavily attended by underage high school students from our area. Students from San Marcos, Dos Pueblos, and Santa Barbara High School have been contacted in possession of and under the influence of drugs and alcohol. The issues also extend to the Santa Barbara Airport. Out-of-towners park in long-term and short-term parking and, in the past, have thrown trash and glass bottles onto the tarmac. This causes flight delays until airport police clean up broken glass to allow planes to safely proceed to the runway. Lastly, our local hospitals become stressed by a surge of alcohol overdose patients, which Vince will discuss further on the next slide. I will now turn it over to Vince Pierucci, Director of Local EMS.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Good afternoon. My name is Vince Pierucci. I'm the EMS Director for the County of Santa Barbara. So thank you for the opportunity today to talk a little bit about the impacts of Deltopia to our EMS system here in our local community. So the top slide there, first I want to make sure that we identify that there was a mistake, and I apologize. The 43 medical calls in Isla Vista, that little blue box on the left-hand side, that should actually say 43 calls for the entire greater Santa Barbara area. So that was not just specific to Isla Vista. Actually, to Isla Vista, we only had a total of 2 calls on this Saturday. What this represents, this first slide, or the top slide, is Saturday, March 8th, which we tried to choose a regular Saturday in spring and identify what does a normal Saturday look like in our EMS system. We've been able to identify we run an average of about 40 calls, emergency calls, in the greater Santa Barbara area on a Saturday. So this Saturday that we chose, which was the Saturday a month ahead, so March 8th, 2025, 1 month before Deltopia, we had 43 emergency calls for the greater Santa Barbara area. We actually only had 2 calls for the Isla Vista area. Neither of those 2 calls had any sort of relation to alcohol use. And then in addition, there were 4 calls related to alcohol use throughout the community, but none were identified as consistent with demographics associated with UCSB. Fast forwarding to Deltopia, you can see that, again, 47 medical calls occurred in the community outside of Deltopia. 11 of those calls were for alcohol intoxication, and 7 of those were patients with demographics consistent with UCSB students or with the student population. In addition, we had 122 medical calls in the Isla Vista area, specifically just to essentially the box of Isla Vista. The last 2 years, the EMS agency has set up a field treatment site, basically like a mini MASH unit on site at Deltopia, in an effort to try and make sure that we keep ambulances on site, as well as being able to treat patients and try to get them back to their dorm or their friends or their houses. Prior to even doing this, we declare a multi-casualty incident, and you've heard the term multi-casualty incident, and the purpose of that is really it's identifying an incident that has outstripped our resources. Typically, this occurs after we get on scene of a large vehicle accident, a large fire, or something like that, and identify that we have a large number of patients, and it's going to demand additional resources than what we currently have. We go into Deltopia pre-planning for a large incident. The reason why that's important is it gives the EMS agency some additional authorities to move patients around, to distribute patients throughout the county to different hospitals. We suspend certain interfacility transports, moving patients from one hospital to another. We do that so that way we can continue to keep ambulances in the system. We brought in 7 ambulances last year. The first year we didn't have enough. That was my first year here. Was not prepared for Deltopia, never seen anything like that. And so the second year that I had some control over it, I more than doubled our resources, worked with County Fire to provide 2 additional ambulances as well. And they were busy that entire day. It was nonstop for those guys. In total, 57 patients were taken to the field treatment site that was set up. Additionally, 25 patients were transported to the hospital outside of those 11 that I talked about a few minutes ago. And then another 14 were self-presented to Goleta Valley that we know of. So all in all, that was 96 patients that were treated that day that all had alcohol and intoxication as the primary impression that the paramedics identified as the primary reason for the emergency. The age range of these patients is from 17 to 24. We had a 17-year-old that was pretty sick last year. Our median age is 19. And we had a 22% increase in calls for service for Deltopia 25 versus Deltopia 24. Thank you.
We'll now have Division Chief Bide speak on behalf of Santa Barbara County Fire.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, my name is Patrick Bide. I'm a Division Chief of Operations for Santa Barbara County Fire. And I've been embedded in the incident command structure of Deltopia, and I'm here to share some experiences and observations and speak in support of the Sheriff's proposed ordinance. One of the things that I want to highlight is the impact to our community at large. And when I say that, I'm talking specifically the areas outside of Isla Vista and outside of the managed area. We do our best to provide adequate numbers of resources, but as Vince mentioned, trying to anticipate what that number is very challenging. The other thing to consider too, we can look at any number of calls, but the time frame or how compressed they are or how spread out they are really is determines how many are going to be effective to meet that need. And that's just something that we can't do. We're going to do our best to it. So we try to mitigate that by bringing on additional staffing. That's a non-reimbursed cost to the county. It's a pretty significant cost when you look at all the public service agencies. The other way that we do that is we bring resources in from other communities. So if we have to pull an engine company in from other areas to support that, we're leaving communities without the protection that they really are entitled to and that we desire to provide. Outside of the managed area, as Vince mentioned, it's a pre-planned multi-casualty incident. And I would just ask that we pause on that for a moment. I've never, in my experience, had a pre-planned multi-casualty incident. And I just don't think that that's something that any of us should be particularly comfortable with. That's a response that's a posture that we take in response to something that has already occurred, not something that we can put on a calendar and anticipate. When we do respond to calls outside of that managed area, those changes in protocols that exist for MCIs don't exist. And so what that means is that we have to stay with our patients for whatever the duration is until they're able to get an ambulance transport. When that EMS system is taxed or overtaxed, that means that those resources stay unseen until one becomes available. That time ranges, but it hasn't been uncommon in the past to have 30 or 40 minutes waiting for that ambulance to complete a turnaround. And I don't say that to highlight the inadequacies of the ambulances. I'm just saying that when you overtax a system like that, that's going to be some of the breakdown. And so that's members of our community that aren't receiving the care that we desire to provide. You'll see in some of the subsequent slides how we, as emergency services, have responded to this. I credit the ingenuity. There's been transports in the back of a patrol car when there was nothing else available. You'll see a slide about how our foot teams use Stokes baskets on a beach wheel with a law enforcement escort as the most effective way to evacuate victims from a site that's now inaccessible by vehicles. And as much as I credit that ingenuity, I'm going to ask this board, I don't want to keep getting better at this. I think there's an opportunity for us to respond. Statistics are a really important part of our planning process. You hear a lot of numbers about 122 medical calls, how many people were transported to hospitals, et cetera. But I also just ask that we pause and recognize that there's a human element behind every one of those statistics. By and large, those are people who did not show up sick, who did not show up with an injury, who wouldn't otherwise be in the emergent situation that they're finding themselves in. And as public service leaders, as leaders in emergency services, I think that we're obligated not just to respond to and provide service, but also prevent tragedies when possible. And I think this is an opportunity to do just that. So thank you.
Thank you, Division Chief Bide. Okay, cost. Since 2023, the Sheriff's Office and Santa Barbara County Fire have spent almost $1.5 million on overtime alone. That's just overtime on Deltopia. This does not include regular time or sunk costs for personnel assigned to Deltopia or costs for emergency medical personnel. We saw a 72% increase in sheriff overtime from 2024 to 2025, and we expect this number to rise if Deltopia remains in its current form. Our staffing levels need to be commensurate with the surging crowds so we have enough resources to maintain order, prevent chaos, and get patients medical treatment. Sheriff's overtime for Deltopia from 2010 to 2025 exceeds $1.1 million. Since 2009, the Isla Vista community has experienced the following tragedies related to Deltopia: 2 deaths, 1 riot, 1 balcony collapse, a surge of medical emergencies, an increase in sexual violence and physical assaults, the Deltopia movie released in 2023 that glorifies the violence and destruction that occurred during the Deltopia 2014 riot, overloaded cell towers rendering most cell phones inoperable and unable to call 911, harmful environmental impact, negative impact to the city of Goleta and Santa Barbara Airport, drain on public safety resources, and millions of dollars funded by taxpayers. Since Deltopia's inception, no one has stepped up to take responsibility for permitting this event. No Deltopia supporters have coordinated through the permitting process the appropriate resources to ensure health and safety of the participants. Only the County of Santa Barbara has stepped up, and it comes at an enormous burden to public safety resources and taxpayers. Deltopia mitigation. For 16 years, the county has taken several incremental steps to mitigate Deltopia's harm and large out-of-town crowds. We closed beaches, sent messaging to deter out-of-towners, made multiple ordinance revisions to include applying the outdoor festival ordinance to Deltopia, which is currently 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., eliminating paid parties, restricting parties to no more than 250 people, modifying the nuisance party ordinance to enforce people on roofs, throwing objects, and other dangerous behavior. We also suspended the restorative justice program and increased law enforcement, fire, and EMS staffing. Despite these efforts, the crowds are growing and the problems continue. Although not Deltopia related, this cliff fall incident on November 15th, 2025 is a sobering reminder of the dangers associated with alcohol consumption and the Isla Vista Cliffs, a significant concern during Deltopia. These are body camera screenshots of the law enforcement response to this incident that occurred 2 months ago. Thankfully, this patient survived the fall. However, I want you to notice the rising tide in both images. Although some cliff falls are survivable, an incapacitated patient submerged in rising tide can quickly become a drowning victim. This illustrates the importance of public safety's immediate response, a response that can be delayed by large crowds and the inability for witnesses and victims to call 911 due to overloaded cell towers. Deputies and UCPD officers from the Isla Vista Foot Patrol pulled this patient from the water within 2 minutes of receiving the call. The patient was stabilized, transported to the hospital, and released several days later. This ordinance is data-driven and proven to work as it did for Halloween. For many years, Isla Vista experienced dangerous crowds and harmful behavior during Halloween. Del Playa was filled with thousands of people who often stood shoulder to shoulder, hundreds of arrests were made, and there were numerous alcohol overdoses, medical emergencies, and crimes of violence. Thanks to the outdoor festival ordinance, Isla Vista no longer has chaos in our community during Halloween. The proof of the festival ordinance's effectiveness is seen in these images. I took the picture on the left, showing the lack of crowds on Del Playa on Halloween night, October 31st, 2025. It's actually a Friday night.
Wow.
And thanks to General Manager Kimberly Kiefer and the incredible team at the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District, Halloween is now a safe and local event hosted in Anascoyo Park. Those are pictures on the right of this year's or last year's event in the park. The celebration of Halloween remains without the harm and chaos. Recommended actions. We must remember Isla Vista is not just a student town, but a community of students, teachers, long-term residents, and families with young children who need to coexist in a respectful, safe, and healthy manner. This ordinance is a mechanism to deter out-of-town crowds and reduce the harm associated with binge drinking at unregulated parties near the cliffs that draw people in with amplified music. A 72-hour ban on amplified music will reduce harm associated with Deltopia parties where dangerous alcohol consumption occurs. Limiting crowds will reduce the need for a heavy police presence. It worked for Halloween, and it could work for Deltopia. A full transparency, if this ordinance is approved, we will maintain the same staffing levels until the crowds are reduced. Staffing will scale back as the crowds decrease. A sanctioned event with permitted music and all safety measures in place is a solution to maintain the celebratory spirit while reducing the history of harm. After 16 years and numerous measures to manage Deltopia, we've seen too much tragedy to not do something about it. In closing, this ordinance is not about government control. It's about protecting the people and the environment and changing the harmful culture of Deltopia to prevent future tragedy. Let's be proactive and affect change now, because, to quote George Santayana, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Schmidt. Questions from the board? Supervisor Capps.
Thank you very much. And I have to start off by saying how much I absolutely love representing Isla Vista and UCSB. It's by far one of the best parts of my job, and I really appreciate that there seems to be a lot of students in the audience, and Isla Vista Community Service District, you inspire me. I was just on campus last night meeting with students, and so thank you for being here, and thank you for caring so much, and thank you to this board. We do spend a lot of time on Isla Vista up here, and I know how much you all care, so thank you. So Lieutenant Schmidt, you mentioned out-of-towners a lot in your presentation. I would love to just understand a little bit more on the numbers. You've spent a lot of time trying to get a handle on the numbers. What's the estimate for out-of-towners during Deltopia?
A lot of it will come from stats from citations and arrests. We are going to improve collecting those stats for 2026. But it ranges from anywhere from 30 to 50%. And I'm going back maybe 10 years of Deltopia. There's quite a few. That could go up, but that's an estimation based on enforcement activity. We really don't know unless we make contact with these people and their school affiliation or addresses are recorded. But then again, there's a lot of people in the student community who go to UCSB and City College that still use their home address outside. So that's a little bit difficult. We're going to do a better job in 2026 of tracking that.
But in terms of the overall event, I know I've read that it's about 30,000 attendees, and we know that IV is roughly 10 to 15,000 people on a daily basis. I mean, regular basis. So it's about double. So about half. What I'm trying to get at, and I want to make sure I'm accurate, is about half of the participants of Deltopia come from elsewhere. Would that be accurate?
That'd be accurate, and that's based on looking at the entire year of activity we have. Everything surges, and so it's safe to say that if we have 30,000 people, there's likely 50% or 15,000 that are from out of town.
Yeah, and I grew up here during Halloween, and that's my memory of what it used to be like back then too. So I know this came from the Sheriff's Department, this idea and this ordinance, and I was tracking as you did all that outreach, and I really appreciate the thoroughness. I know it's been a lot of controversy, and we're going to hear about some of that with the public comment. But one thing that has emerged, which is really promising, is from all parts of this, is this common ground around a sanctioned event. And I know that the Associated Students has already committed funding. I know that that's an idea that the Isla Vista Community Service District has come forward, and that's really has worked in other areas, other campuses, including Cal Poly. Can you speak to the activity that's happened in recent weeks even, and perhaps with our CEO's office, about the change in the addition to the ordinance that would facilitate and encourage a sanctioned event that would be more safe during this period of time.
Yes. So starting off with, there's been really productive discussions between Ivy Parks, Ivy CSD, and AS students on how we can have some type of event that's away from the cliffs, discourages out-of-towners. And so we wanted to make sure that if this amendment gets approved, that there's still a mechanism to obtain a permit for music at a sanctioned event. So it doesn't fully preclude anyone from having a concert or some type of spring festival. So we added language to the ordinance, proposed language, which is this subsection shall not apply to the processing and issuance of permits under this article for events sponsored by state or local public agencies. And that just reinforces the ability for an agency to apply for and receive a permit to have a festival. And Brittany Oderman from the CEO's office is here to talk further about that. We've had meetings just to verify this language is in place. What we don't want to do is have this ordinance, if it passes, not have anything. We realize there's a lot of energy that and the idea that this is a UCSB cultural event, we respect that, but we need to do better. And to have an ability to throw a sanctioned festival would be a much better direction to go in.
Yeah, and again, if that's the direction that the students want to go in, I pledge as the supervisor to make sure that that permit gets processed swiftly as possible and make sure that that gets across the finish line. So I don't have any hesitation that that would happen. So thanks for making sure that that got included as an amendment to the ordinance as proposed. And you mentioned, I really appreciate that you brought up her name, Giselle Ayala, 2013, and I know that name means a lot to you because you investigated that death. And so here we are starting off 2026 as the wettest year in history of Santa Barbara County, which makes me really nervous. I was telling EJ that last night of the fact that these bluffs are really unstable right now, perhaps as unstable as they've ever been. And when you show those images, and we've seen that, of, potentially 2,000 people on a balcony, can you speak a little bit to what you've seen, others have seen in first responders, of what happens to the crowd size when you've doubled the capacity of Isla Vista, more than doubled potentially, and where they are on Del Playa? Are they on the balconies? Are they on the cliffs? What's going to happen in a couple months? I just worry about that.
That's the kind of thing that makes me lose sleep at night. I've responded to at least 4 cliff falls in my career. I've seen the challenges. I've worked many Deltopias. I've seen the challenges with these massive crowds and how difficult it is to get to patients. I've had students tell me themselves, there's many students that have come to me and said that they support this, but they don't feel comfortable speaking publicly. But one student even reminded me that when he is on Del Playa during Deltopia, if he needs help, he needs to physically find somebody in public service, shoulder tap them, and tell them where the patient is. And a lot of it, too, with Ivy Foot Patrol working on Del Playa, because the majority of the crowd is on Del Playa, from the 6500 block to the 6700 block, is we are finding patients on our own. And sometimes there's some good Samaritans that are trying to help them, but they need professional medical help. And a lot of times we're finding these patients just by coming up on them. The crowds definitely concern me, and especially with the instability of the bluffs right now. If you see some of these pictures of these balconies and patios that are on the cliffside that are overloaded, I don't like to sound grim, but it's a matter of if, not when, the next tragedy happens. And just looking at the last couple years, we want to get ahead of this and be proactive. And the cliff stability and the crowds and the difficulty in getting patients is an ongoing challenge.
Yeah, people ask me out in the community, because I've focused so much on bluff safety, how is it just allowed that 500 people can be on a balcony? How is that allowed? And I think it was Tesla who educated me. It's property rights. I mean, we can't come in. Can you explain to that? I mean, what happens if you're out and about patrolling and you see I mean, what's the process if you see an overcrowded balcony? What are the options? Because it does seem so unsafe to see such the overcrowding of balconies, literally overhanging a bluff over the ocean, and when then you add all these out of towners, et cetera. What are the limitations of what a county government can do in those situations when the landlords when it's not our property?
We have no teeth. The
Yeah.
only way we're able to address that is if there's a violation of the nuisance party ordinance. So if there's a overcrowded balcony and an object is thrown off of it, we have the ability to enforce that and shut the party down. But absent a violation of, so it's 36-6, which is the nuisance party ordinance, and that was changed by Commander Tesla a couple years ago to allow more enforceability of various dangerous behavior to include people on roofs. We now are able to shut those parties down, but overcrowded patios, balconies, apartments, we have no ability to address that unless there's a violation.
And do we have any ability as a county to know if the balconies are structurally safe?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I totally support a sanctioned event, but I don't understand how, I mean, we don't even have a permit that exists, a permit path for this, I don't think, correct? Or do we?
There is, and one of the concerns was that if a sanctioned event is proposed with over 5,000 people that could attend, it does require Board of Supervisor approval. I personally, I've talked to UCSB Program Board. I would love for UCSB to come to the table and look at hosting extravaganza 6 weeks early and maybe having that event during the Deltopia weekend. I was told that wasn't possible. But there is a permitting mechanism to host an event, and that was confirmed by the CEO's office, who does issue the outdoor festival permits. And then if there's a public right-of-way, that would go through a different department, but there are ways to do it.
Okay, so question now, okay, so Brittany, there is, and what do they have to do, and what's the cost, and all those types of things, and who does these?
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, through the chair. I'm sorry, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. Yes, Chapter 6 is the outdoor festival permitting process, and our office regulates that, administers that process. And the sanctioned event, as it's proposed, would fall under this ordinance. And we have the ability to permit for amplified music, attendees. We do these, there's 2 or 3 every year. This past year, we've had a few at the polo fields in Summerland area. Music festivals like Live Oak at 154. So these kinds of things have been permitted in the past, and the proposal that IVCSD has put forth falls under this definition for an outdoor festival.
Okay, great. Curious, a couple of things. It does seem like out-of-towners do seem to be majority of the problem. So 2 things is, when you said that the porous nature of IV, that it's not possible to kind of block out outsiders. When I look at the map, it almost looks like it would be, I mean, from an outside layperson perspective, it seems like easy place to kind of block. I mean, you got one side's the ocean, it's kind of a peninsula. Is it just manpower? Or, because I mean, seems like we're spending all this money. If we blocked it off, I'm trying to get my head around why it's so difficult.
It's definitely something we can explore, but based on just looking at how large Isla Vista is, and I am using the experience of shutting down neighborhoods on hard closures during fires. Even with a one-way in, one-way out street, we still found people, if they're motivated, they're going to get into that area. And it would take a tremendous amount of resources just to staff the perimeter of Isla Vista to prevent people from coming in. People would come in, we would expect people to come in from the beach, from campus. I mean, there's 3 ways into Isla Vista via UCSB, Los Carneros, and Stork Road. One of the proposals was set up roadblocks and checkpoints, but that would create unprecedented traffic issues. So it's not something we are completely opposed to, but based on just analyzing the terrain of Isla Vista, it would be quite challenging, and it would require a ton of people. The goal, for context, I worked Halloween 2025 a couple months ago, and historically we've had 350 to 400 officers working that. We had 20 officers working on Halloween, and the weekend before the festival ordinance kicked in, it was busy, but it was manageable. So I'm using that as a data-driven, evidence-based example that the ordinance can work over time with the proper messaging.
Last question for me is, so how are we going to notify out-of-towners that we have this new ordinance if we can't notify them that we don't want them to come here in the first place?
Plan on messaging as much as possible through UCSB, the Ivy Parks, IVCSD, through their social media outlets, our social media outlets. The reality is we're coming up pretty close to April, so we do expect that because of the time frame, there's still going to be some time to get that message across. But word of mouth is a big way to get a message across as well. And we're really going to lean on UCSB. Since this is considered a UCSB rite of passage or cultural event, we're going to heavily lean on UCSB to help with that messaging. And it's just only going to compound every year from now on if this is approved.
Okay. So for me, I've never been to it, okay? And I see the pictures, it looks out of control. I get it, appreciate the work that you've put into this. I mean, like, I'm going next year to Munich to go to Oktoberfest. They have 6 million visitors with one goal: everybody's drinking, right? And they don't have, I'm just trying to figure out, how do we have this problem with 30,000 people when you have, I mean, this isn't the only 30,000 person event in the world. We have Super Bowls, we have college games, football games, we have all these things always going on. And I'm trying to figure out why this one just gets so out of control. I mean, you got 6 million people going to Oktoberfest, and I'm sure they have law enforcement issues, and I know there's actually specific hill that you go throw up on, and there's ambulances there, and there's those types of things. Do you think it's just cultural? What is it about this event that requires so much more that that we don't normally see anywhere else?
I think there's something about the allure of this beautiful community, which is Isla Vista, and the proximity of Del Playa to the ocean, and the culture, the open party culture that's been part of UCSB and Isla Vista for many years, coupled with the previous events in Isla Vista, social media showing these really exciting concerts happening in driveways. I showed one picture of them. Unfortunately, this movie came out in 2023. It seems like it's a terrible movie and didn't get much viewing, but this is all stuff that sort of hypes Deltopia. So there's a whole host of footage on YouTube of Deltopias from years past to last year, and in my opinion, that just keeps the hype and the excitement for Deltopia and just pulls people in. But with messaging, hey, this is going to change. This is a locals only event. I'm confident that we can affect that change.
Okay. And then just timing wise, I feel bad for whoever is booking this other event, because I think April is 8 weeks away. And from somebody that's had to book entertainers before, 8 weeks is, I'm not sure exactly who you're going to get. So, but good luck. I'm available if you need somebody. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Well, Steve, I think you and I should go and take a visit during Deltopia, see what happens then. So, great presentation, Lieutenant. My question to you, so what metrics will you use to evaluate whether this ordinance is effective or not?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, we have a drone team that we use from Santa Barbara PD that is able to take extremely high resolution photos of the crowds. And we use that to analyze how many people. And there are metrics where, as a crowds, if they start to reduce, we can examine reducing staffing. So just for context, we had 30,000 people in 2025 estimated. There was 380 law enforcement officers assigned to Deltopia in 2025. So as that number goes down, the ratio of public safety, of law enforcement, fire, emergency medical services will also scale down as well.
Good, great answer. So how would enforcement differ between Ivy and the Cove? Is there a difference or is it the same?
If this is approved, it would be the same. One of the main concerns also is that if this ordinance is approved and it didn't apply to the Cove, then a mini Deltopia would then just relocate to the Cove. And hearing from the residents of Goleta who are just north of the Cove, talking about all the disruptions in their life and their peaceful enjoyment of their neighborhoods, we felt it was prudent to also add that location into these ordinances. It would just give us another ability to restore peace.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lee. I've got a question for Vince for a moment. You said that, you mentioned how in 2020, I think 4, there was some issue with ambulance service.
Yes.
But that was kind of resolved in 2025.
Yeah, so
talk to me about that a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. So in 2024, we started with 3 ambulances, and we bumped it up to 5 in the middle of the incident. That was still really not enough. So the next year, having more experience with having lived through a Deltopia and understanding really what it is, then we ordered big. I actually wanted 8 ambulances. I was able to get 7, which was able to meet the demand. We didn't have any issues with law enforcement or others having to transport to the field treatment site. But it still stressed our system, or as well as our outside system as well. And those crews that were assigned to the incident never got a break or anything like that. So this year, assuming we're still moving down the path, I'm going to order even more ambulances.
What does ordering more ambulances do to the rest of the system throughout the county?
That we're now starting to creep into mutual aid from both San Luis Obispo and Ventura, because we're at a point to where we're staffing. We want to maintain a high level of service here for just our normal day-to-day operations, and we're using every available ambulance that Santa Barbara AMR has, and now we're going into Ventura to start pulling units from Ventura as well.
Okay. How does that impact not only just emergency calls, but transport? Does that have an impact?
Not yet, but if this continues to grow, it will eventually have an impact for sure.
And the reason why I bring that up is in 2024, I got a voicemail message I keep on my phone from a constituent who called me because longtime Santa Maria Valley resident, his wife was dying in the hospital, and just all she wanted to do was to make it home, to die around her family in her own bed. And she couldn't come home that weekend because of Deltopia, because all the ambulance services were booked up and there was no transport available. So, that's one of the things that kind of I think about in this is not just what's happening, in this small area, but how does this start to impact the rest of the organization and stress emergency services. And so as you guys plan for this next year, I want to make sure I never get a voicemail message like that again. So please keep that in mind as you're scheduling those out to make sure that as you deal with this issue that you have there, that there are other areas in our county that are in need, that are just as important for them at those times. And so just want to pass that along as you
absolutely and
plan.
I live with that one as well. It bothers me to this day, and that's why I make sure I kind of get a little bit more lean forward to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I appreciate that, Vince. Thank you. So that was my comment and question. Supervisor Hartman.
Don't leave. About what proportion do you track your ambulance transports where the person comes from? That is, how many are internal, how many are external? Do you know that?
So if Supervisor Hartman through the chair, the way it works is that we rely on the foot teams. We work in partnership with the foot teams with County Fire, and we have predetermined locations that they will pick up a patient at X, and then they will rendezvous with the ground ambulance, who will then transport that patient, depending upon the acuity of their illness, either to the field treatment site or to the hospital. Where exactly they come from within the incident, we track that later. I don't have
I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, is it outside visitors who are taxing the system? the ambulance system, or is it residents of Isla Vista?
So we don't have that data. That was one of our goals last year. We fell short of trying to be able to figure out a way to collect that data. That is one of our goals for this year as well, is to really focus on trying to determine whether they're in town or around town. But as the lieutenant mentioned, a lot of the students will use their home address in Los Angeles as their normal address. So it's a little bit difficult, but it is something we're working on.
My hypothesis is, and I'm not sure, but that, we've said about 50-50 is what we think the mix is in Deltopia, that's not the mix that we have for ambulance transports, and I bet it's more students, more residents of Isla Vista, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yes, I agree.
All right, thank you. Is that it for questions right now? We've got some public comment here as well. Lieutenant Schmidt, do you have any other parting comments before we go to public comment?
Just want to add one more comment for Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. One of the other problems with, if we were to seal off the perimeter of Isla Vista, how do we verify who is allowed into Isla Vista? Most students that live in Isla Vista, if you check their IDs, it's their home address, it's not Isla Vista. So we would then be in a position where we have to, check leases or other proof of residency. So that's another challenge. I just want to bring that up.
Yeah, thank you, Lieutenant Schmidt. All right, Madam Clerk, do you have some public comment here?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we currently have 23 requests to speak on this item.
All right, I'm going to allow 2 minutes per speaker, and at this point, I will close public comment. And let's go ahead and get started.
We will begin here in Santa Barbara with Dr. Stephen Yao, to be followed by Neo Harder. Dr. Stephen Yao.
Hi, thanks to the board. I'm Steve Yao. I'm an emergency physician. I've been with Cottage Health since 2001. Since 2023, I've been the medical director of the emergency department at Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital. And I just want to give a little perspective about the impact of Deltopia historically on the Goleta Valley Emergency Department and the Cottage system. We've done extensive preparations for this event every year that I've been director. And we've also done considerable sort of post-event analysis and debrief. The volume of patients arriving at Goleta Valley Emergency Department increases by 40 to 50% during Deltopia. And even with efforts that have been mentioned to triage as many of these patients as possible to pre-hospital tents for recovery, most of these patients arrive within a short period of time of about 6 to 8 hours, which happens to coincide with the peak arrival times of our emergency department. So it's a significant additional burden on the emergency department. This volume of patients definitely exceeds the capacity that we have of 20 beds at Goleta Valley, and we've had to use improvised hospital spaces and significantly increase staffing to ensure safe circumstances for all of our patients. It's inevitable that there's going to be other patients impacted by this event, as was alluded to by Chair Nelson. The median age of patients arriving is 19 years of age, and most of these patients arrive with an ESI, or Emergency Severity Index level of 2, which is the second highest level of illness severity, because they're profoundly obtunded as a rule. They almost all arrive by EMS. There's a high potential for occult injuries that are not initially recognized, for aspiration events or other dangerous intoxicants of these patients. So they require close monitoring. They're very resource intensive. Intravenous fluids and medications are typically required. There's toileting required. There's a small but significant minority of these patients that are aggressive and sometimes violent towards staff. The average dwell time of these patients is about 3.5 hours.
Dr. Yao, I'm just going to get you just close up here real quick.
Yeah, I guess just to reiterate, the greatest concern that we have as emergency providers is a tragic event of a young person that could be prevented. And I think just to kind of reiterate, it's not so much a matter of if, but when. We've all seen these events. The history of tragedies from this event have been alluded to. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yao.
We will now go to Neo Harder, to be followed by Florence Klein. Neo?
Nice.
Good to go. It sounds good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Neo Harder. I'm a fourth-year history and global studies double major at UCSB, soon to be a JAG in the United States Marine Corps, and a student senator and the Associated Students at UCSB. It is truly an honor to stand before this body. Before I continue, I must thank the supervisors for entertaining us today, as well as the guests in the audience, including my beautiful mother and my not-so-little brother. And finally, the media and, of course, our law enforcement officers today. Thank you all. Today, I am here to urge a nay vote on the ordinance in question. And for my reasoning, I'll submit a few crucial facts. Number one, because our school government recognizes significant impacts of Deltopia and on the community, because we recognize that safety is of utmost importance, we have resolved to commit a significant amount of money to ensure that the burden of the cost is eased and that the message of no outsiders is heard. We have already secured a $140,000 commitment, but we are prepared to commit much more. We want to do this because we believe that it is our responsibility to do so, and because, like you, safety is our #1 concern. In the same respect, we are in constant communication with our local partners, IVCSD chiefly among them, and we're in the process of creating and facilitating a sanctioned event where outsiders would be discouraged, of course. Keep it safe and keep it local. That is our guiding light. We come before you today with solutions and discourse and problem solving. We come before you today with answers to your concerns and to your issues. But we beg the question, what have we been met with? I suggest disrespect and dismissal. This idea of the potential caveat, the permitting structure embedded within the noise ordinance sounds to me like a false concession, where we submit to them and they take advantage of us later on. So I urge you today to vote no and to join us at the table. We are ready with solutions and with the same goals as you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neo.
We will now go to Florence Klein, to be followed by Henry Saria. Florence?
I'm Florence Klein, long-term homeowner in Isla Vista, and I urge you to vote yes on this. I agree with everything that was said by the sheriff. Thank you for your presentation, as well as the fire person. I would like to remind you all that as the Board of Supervisors, two of your most important responsibilities are your fiscal responsibilities towards the entire county, and as well as preventing and supporting, preventing undue harm to the community and supporting the best for the entire community. You mentioned Munich. My guess is that that brings in money to the community. This one takes away money from the community. As a taxpayer, it is very disappointing to see, $500,000, $1 million being spent on enabling parties that bring harm in every kind of way to not only Isla Vista, but to the greater community as well. Yes, the out-of-towners, the difficulty of the ingress and egress of first responders coming in to help what's happened, the instability of the cliffs that I see them every day, walking along the cliffs and see that they're already starting to come down. $30,000 being spent by Goleta to clean up, and think about how much we're spending here in Isla Vista when there's so many other really important problems to be dealt with. That the money is being spent like this is just such a shame. Please say no.
Thank you.
Please say yes to this ordinance and no to this partying.
Yeah, we understand. Thank you.
We will now go to Henry Saria, to be followed by Mayumash Hadi Ali Riza. Henry?
Chair Nelson, board, staff, members of the community, law enforcement, my neighbors and friends. So I went to the first Flowtopia, and it was awesome. I still go to parties in Isla Vista, and they're awesome. The reason why is the lack of out-of-towners. Once the out-of-towners come into the equation, the problem is exacerbated. One of the things that I'm here with a big ask from the Board of Supervisors and a big ask from my fellow neighbors. The big ask of the Board of Supervisors is consider this ordinance, but make it to where there will be a possibility to have a permitted event that makes it a local event. If that's done, I'm behind a localization of Deltopia 150%. I'll be right there. I'll support it with my heart and soul. To my neighbors, my big ask to you is don't invite the out-of-towners. They're making you look bad. The only reason this ordinance is even being considered is, say it with me, out-of-towners. Not you. You're my neighbors.
Sir, you need to address the board.
I know. But also, neighbors are important too on this matter.
Yes.
And the thing is that the out-of-towners, every negative experience I've ever had, whether it was Halloween or with Deltopia, has been out-of-towners. Supervisor Hartman, you asked how many out-of-towners show up to this. I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25,000. And most people, a lot of people I know in Isla Vista, they leave for Deltopia. They make it a point to get the heck out of Dodge because they don't want to be around for it. So you're looking at an exacerbated out-of-town population that believes that rules, laws, ordinances, and regulations cease to exist south of El Colegio Road. They don't. We are a land of laws. Laws exist everywhere. Consider everything that's been proposed. Look at the statistics. Look at the facts. They outweigh sentiment. And I think that making this a local event would be the greatest thing ever. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
We will now go to Maya Mashhadi Ali Reza to be followed by Stephen Furr. Maya?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Maya Mashhadi Ali Reza. I am the Community Programs and Engagement Director for the Isla Vista Community Services District. I'm also a UCSB alumni and someone who's been researching and collecting community feedback on Deltopia and running the alternative event for the past 3 years now. So we all want safety and economic development in Isla Vista. We want safe spaces for students and community members to celebrate the beautiful place that we live. Currently, we have a community without the proper infrastructure needed for the influx of people that we see. The proper infrastructure needed is an organized event, an allocation of resources and entertainment. We should be working with the community to actively involve participants of our celebration into the solution to our problem. We need a community-run event that grants community members the ability to create the future that they want to see. IVCSD has been hosting safe spaces during Deltopia since 2022. With free food, harm reduction materials, live music, art, bathrooms, first aid stations, and so much more. Over the past 4 years, we've spent $440,000 on our events and have served over 20,000 people, 80,000 different harm reduction materials. Our events are proof that if you meet the community with where they are at with solutions they can enjoy, you can create safe spaces with adequate resources to support these large crowds. We see it in other communities every day. Because we believe in our concept for a sanctioned festival in the downtown loop, we want to expand our safe spaces this year and save the music in our town. We will facilitate safe spaces that allow community members to participate in what makes our community so special, the live music. We will give community members the ability to take control of their narrative and plan an event that is both fun and safe through job opportunities, mentorship, and so much more. So I ask that you do approve the new amended language in this ordinance to allow us a path forward to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
We will now go to Stephen Furr to be followed by EJ Rod. Stephen?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Stephen Furr. I'm here as the General Manager of Stag Delivery. We're a small business that serves Isla Vista and college students that live here. Also, on the side, I own a contract company that employs several people that live in Isla Vista. We're the guys that pick up the Lime scooters, the rideshare scooters. So I come at this in kind of a different angle. Snack Delivery is a snack delivery service, and we deliver snacks, food, drinks, and we also employ 75 college kids on any given day. For businesses like Snag and Lime, more importantly, the individuals that depend on these businesses for employment, Deltopia isn't just a party weekend. It's one of the only times a year where there is enough activity and demand to offset how slow the winter and summer breaks can be in Isla Vista. The sales revenue from Deltopia weekend often helps cover fixed costs like food, rent, payroll, etc. in the downtimes and when all the students are gone in Isla Vista. We understand and respect the concerns about safety and the community impact, and we want Deltopia to be a well-managed, safe, and well-managed, safe, and respectful. But eliminating Deltopia outright would remove one of the few remaining economic lifelines that small, student-focused businesses rely on to survive here. On behalf of local workers that I have personally spoken to and small business owners that share the building that we rent, I respectfully ask the board to work with us to manage Deltopia responsibly rather than eliminate it entirely, so that we can keep our local economy and our locally built businesses alive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to EJ Rad, to be followed by Noah Lucan. EJ?
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors and my fellow residents of Santa Barbara County. My name is EJ Rad, and I serve as the External Vice President for UCSB's Associated Students. We recognize both the safety concerns and fiscal burden that Deltopia poses. In fact, we don't just recognize them, we have actively fought to reduce them. We have UCIV, a student-run community safety group, who last Deltopia gave out tens of thousands of dollars worth of Narcan and fentanyl testing strips, and even tried to hire EMTs from Ventura County to service the event. It's for these reasons, this acknowledgement of the challenges of Deltopia, that we oppose this ordinance. It would not just be ineffective in making it safer or cheaper, but completely counterproductive. Deltopia began as Floatopia, an unsanctioned beach festival. An ordinance ended it, and what was the result? Students created Deltopia. It didn't stop partying or make it safer. It pushed students and residents to do it in an underground fashion. Or take, for instance, Halloween, as the lieutenant brought up. What was left out of that was that it took 21 years from the introduction of the noise ordinance in 1993 to see an actual reduction in crowd sizes. Ordinances don't change behavior, they lead to increased tension in the community. Fiscally, this proposal won't save the county a dime. At the bare minimum, this Deltopia would be staffed with the exact same amount of police and medical as last year, so you wouldn't save any money short term. And long term, when students inevitably go to some other form of partying, we'll be in this room in a couple of years with this exact same discussion, with the same solutions that have already failed. We're not telling the county to do nothing. We've pledged the $200,000 that was spoken to before. Yet, we've been cut out of formulating a solution with the Sheriff's Office. We were told Ivy Field Patrol was pursuing this, not actually collaborated with. This ordinance makes creating an effective event, as Supervisor Lavanino said, almost impossible for this year and will lead to increased tensions in the community. I'm asking for the county to listen to the will of the majority of Isla Vista's residents, to listen to the history and the statistical facts of Deltopia, and to make a decision that will cause a long-term solution by voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, EJ.
We'll now go to Noah Lucan, to be followed by Alec Giosimoni-An. Noah?
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to our thoughts and concerns. My name is Noah Lucan, and I'm a resident of Isla Vista, as well as an off-campus senator representing students from UCSB who live off campus. I'm speaking today to encourage you to vote no on the proposed noise ordinance for one primary and incredibly important reason. The citizens of Isla Vista have no direct say on the issue, which is a blatant and, in my opinion, outrageous disregard for the democratic principles upon which our nation was founded. We as Isla Vistans only make up a minority of one of you all as county supervisors, Supervisor Capps. Outside of any material pros or cons to the proposed ordinance, the undemocratic approach through which it would be imposed is disappointing and quite frankly frightening. While we do have our wonderful representatives from IVCSD who have proposed alternative programming and have buy-in from associated students, their scope and capacity is limited without the jurisdiction that a centralized city government would have. With the city, however, the community would have the authority and capacity to create a safe, permitted, and sanctioned event, mitigating the harmful effects of Deltopia and ensuring that county services are not overburdened by the event. When decisions are made about a people without their consent, history has shown that negative consequences frequently result for all parties involved. So that being said, regardless of how you decide to vote today, the root issue of no direct representation for Isla Vista cannot be solved until an autonomous, centralized government is established in Isla Vista. This is the only way for community voices to lead decisions being made about the community. So while I encourage you to vote no on this proposed ordinance, when the time comes, I implore you to support cityhood for Isla Vista. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We will now go to Alec Giosimonian, to be followed by Shane Stewart. Alec?
Thank you, supervisors. My name is Alec Giosimonian. I'm a first-year physics major at UCSB, and I actually got to speak at the town hall last November about the same issue. I'm here about 2 months later as an Associated Student Senator representing not only myself, but the nearly 24,000 undergraduates at UCSB. And I urge you all once again to reject this proposed ordinance. I could speak at length about how ridiculous it is that this ordinance would effectively treat the taxpayers of Isla Vista as second-class citizens for simply being on the younger side. But I did that last time. I don't have much time here, and I think it would simply be more persuasive to talk about the proposed benefits of this measure. Benefits I don't think would really exist. It's already been discussed that Halloween was sort of moved to the 2 weekends before October 31st. I imagine something similar would happen with Deltopia if this ordinance were to be passed. And as far as the idea that it would be difficult to tell if we closed Isla Vista off to out-of-towners who should and shouldn't be in the city, if you ignore the little picture on the side here, which I don't think portrays me in the best light, this is a student ID that every single student at UC Santa Barbara, as well as every single faculty member at the school has. If you don't have one of these cards and you live in Isla Vista, it's most likely you live there long term and your driver's license shows you live there. So I don't think the idea that we could check who is supposed to be in IV during these couple of days is insane. And to be clear, I do care deeply about the safety of the residents of IV. Everyone in AS does, especially during events like Deltopia. But the process of making our town a safer place to live is a complicated one, and it needs to be one that includes us. It's because of my concern for the safety of Isla Vista that I urge the board to reject this, frankly, Band-Aid solution today so that we can work towards making it a truly safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Shane Stewart to be followed by Gregory Wade. Shane?
Hi, I'd like to start by thanking Chairman Nelson and the board for your time. My name is Shane Stewart, and I'm a fourth-year student at UCSB and a long-term resident of Santa Barbara County. I'm urging you to vote against the Deltopia Festival ordinance. The Lieutenant Sheriff noted that for the time after the ordinance, they are going to continue to staff police to deal with out-of-town visitors, meaning that the fiscal aspect that the ordinance may appear to aid truly does not. I'd also like to mention that the ordinance was formed without community involvement. No student or community group was consulted before the ordinance, giving zero input to the community it is affecting. We were told that the ordinance would be pursued regardless of the feelings of the community. I want to stress that if the county aims to create a safer environment, we must work with the community to ensure that, to create an event like Cal Poly St. Fratty's. I just want to thank you again all for your time.
We will now go to Gregory Wade to be followed by Henry Lala. Gregory?
Thank you for having me. I'm Gregory Wade. I'm a student at UCSB. I believe strongly in student safety. I've seen some peers get injured during the events during Deltopia. I also believe the proposed noise ordinance is not an effective measure to combat that. I think, as repeatedly stated by Lieutenant Schmidt, overcrowding is obviously the biggest issue, and I would more support measures to prevent out-of-town students to coming to Isla Vista during the weekend. I also think this noise ordinance would make it harder for IBCSD to go ahead with their proposal for a sanctioned event. I know that was discussed. I think it would be better to work with the community and hear from UCSB students than to oppose them, which I believe this noise ordinance does. Thank you. That's all I have.
We will now go to Henry Lala to be followed by Omar Opiani. Henry?
Supervisors, thank you for having us. Law enforcement, thank you for being here. The Oktoberfest comment has frankly led me to discard what I had written because I think there's a more pressing way to frame this. I think the first half is the fiscal part. And of course, our Associated Students Program Board has already committed $140,000 to this event. But our Associated Students Senate has at least a few million at our disposal, and this is of the highest priority to our students. And this is absolutely something we can contribute towards. in the form of a memorandum of understanding, as we've done with the UCSB library to reinstate library hours. We absolutely have that capacity. But secondly, I think the Munich example hits the nail on the head. I grew up on the other side of the world in Albania, and we had Halloween there. It's throughout. There is no Deltopia anywhere else but here. And I think that matters both at the cultural, moral level, because it's a part of why I know students who have not gone to Berkeley and Yale, though they've been accepted, to go here and be part of this unique culture. But it also matters at a strategic and an operational level. Because if you grew up with a Halloween and you can access it anywhere else, you might be more willing to give way. But if something is as culturally embedded and as unique to this community as Deltopia is, we're not likely to see that kind of response. And if it took 20 years for the Halloween ordinance to see any effects, God knows how much that would be in the case of Deltopia. We're here for practical solutions. We're here more than willing to negotiate, but that begins with a good faith effort, and that begins with a no vote today. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Omar Opiani, to be followed by Xander Hepburn. Omar?
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Omar Opiani. I'm a sociology student at UCSB. I'm also an Isla Vista resident, and I'm also the police liaison for the associated students at UCSB. I analyzed 12 years of Deltopia data, citations, medical calls, and attendance to evaluate whether expanding the noise ordinance has improved public safety. To ensure accuracy, I measured incidents per 1,000 attendees to account for attendance changes each year. From 2013 to 2025, medical call rates remained stable at roughly 2 to 3 EMT dispatches per 1,000 people. These rates did not decline after the ordinance was introduced. What did change was citation volume. Before 2022, citation rates averaged between 2 to 5 per 1,000. After the expansion, that number jumped to 10, 11, to even as high as 19 per 1,000. If citations worked as a deterrent, we would see fewer emergency calls and smaller crowds. We see neither. This is not to minimize the strain on first responders and hospitals, but to show that this policy has not measurably reduced harm in the long term. There is also a public health concern around trust. A 2022 Isla Vista and UCSB survey found that fewer than 20% of respondents felt safer with increased police presence, and over half reported discomfort engaging with officers. In emergencies, reduced trust can delay care when seconds matter. By contrast, the most effective safety improvements have come from harm reduction strategies. These come from student safety partners, UCIV, bluff fencing, restrooms, Narcan distribution, and on-site medical support. Expanding this ordinance increases financial penalties without improving safety and disproportionately impacts our student community. As a resident and as a student, I also want to note that when enforcement is prioritized over harm reduction, we've seen, like during Halloween, that our own residents simply become out-of-towners elsewhere. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no and to look at the data that I presented. Thank you.
We will now go to Xander Hepburn, to be followed by Amy Lara. Xander?
Hello, thank you all for being here and listening to all of us. My name is Xander Hepburn. I sent you all individually an email on my thoughts on arguments for why we should have Deltopia, but here I want to provide some counter arguments against ones that were brought up. The first quickly was about environmental harm, particularly in the oceans during Floatopia. However, Floatopia is no more, and in the oceans it's greatly decreased. Also unmentioned was the idea that there are multiple UCSB programs to stop this, and just last year, volunteer UCSB students cleaned up 700 pounds of trash. We have an issue and a solution to it, but we don't need to cancel the party. A big point was that this noise ordinance will work because it worked for Halloween. However, I disagree. We had thousands of students show up the weekend before Halloween and even 2 weekends before Halloween. Now, while that's not the 40K before, we still saw issues and plenty of police presence at those 2 weekends. I don't have the data on injuries or police presence, but it was numerous. Now, a more on this working one. They're saying there's more sanctioned events you could do. For example, the permitted hosted event like was done at Halloween. I was at that event. It was incredibly empty. It was kind of sad to be there, to be honest. And it was very cool. It was very expensive and well done. It looked amazing, but people didn't want to do it because it just wasn't what we want. It's not what the students want, and so you can't simply say this total alternative is going to work. Also, Cal Poly has done a similar thing with their St. Patty's. Went there last year. The music festival did have a high attendance, but people did not like it. I was just poorly reported on according to all my friends and people I've talked to. Now, real quick, on the rainfall, what was brought up by Mrs. Caps, sorry. There are multiple laws in place to protect these balconies, which you might not be aware of. Recently, all landlords have to be compliant by January 13th, 2026, SB 721, which strongly prevents balcony collapses after a Berkeley collapse. There's also the 10-foot safety buffer, which says that under California Building Code, balconies have to be supported 100 pounds per square foot. Per 1 foot, that is more than even a packed balcony.
Thank you, Xander. That is your time.
There is evidence to protect this. Thank you.
We will now go to Amy Laura, to be followed by John Sutar. Amy?
Good morning to the Board of Supervisors and everyone in this room. My name is Amy, and I'm a fourth-year sociology student. From a sociological perspective, ordinance alone rarely change large-scale social behavior. Events like Deltopia are driven by social networks, traditions, and collective behavior, not just regulations. Emphasizing what EJ had brought up, it took 21 years for the Halloween ordinance to reduce crowd size, and that change didn't even occur till 2014. Even then, the decline appeared to be linked more to tragic incidents that altered social norms than to the ordinance itself. This suggests that policy without addressing the underlying social dynamics is ineffective. Associate and student body is doing their best to come up with solutions with community behavior and approaches that improves safety through coordination, harm reduction, and local involvement, rather than relying on just enforcement alone. I'm urging you guys to vote no. Thank you.
And I just got word that John Sutar will not be speaking, so we will now go to Pegan Sutar, to be followed by Spencer Brandt. Pegan?
Peggy, thank you. I have a PowerPoint, if we can get that. Let's make sure. Okay, I got the clicker. Let's make sure I can go. Okay, cool. And this goes backwards? All right, I got it. Thank you. Supervisor Nielsen, members of the board, appreciate you guys. All right, Peggy Sutar. I've been here 42 years in Isla Vista, and my husband and I would like to express our support for the amendments to this outdoor ordinance. It's going to take a combination of education, this ordinance, and a really good alternative event to make Isla Vista safe on that weekend again. So we took some photographs here this last weekend. That's the high tide mark. Hold on. This is Camino Pescadero, and there are no more stairs at Camino Pescadero. As we move down, these are our balconies in Isla Vista. We have another one here, way undercut. Pylons are breaking, caissons are breaking off of them. As we move through, you can see the majority of balconies in Isla Vista are right on the edge. Big parties at this one last year, completely undercut. Big parties at this one a couple of years ago, I'm not sure about last year. If you look down below, you can see pieces of the balconies all over the beach. And you can see caissons up and down the beach of Isla Vista that have fallen. This is Camino del Sur. It works, but it is a drop when you get to the bottom. Here, again, balconies overhanging. Moving down, more balconies overhanging. What I'm trying to say with this is it's really dangerous out there, really dangerous. And with everything that's been happening with the weather, it's only going to increase. And I think that passing this ordinance is a step in the right direction towards safety and to help with the influx of people from out of town. But I do think we need to focus on this also and do whatever we can to keep 1,000 people from being on there. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peggy.
We will now go to Spencer Brandt, to be followed by Sarah Erickson. Spencer?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Spencer Brandt. I'm the president of the Isla Vista Community Services District Board of Directors. Our community has dealt with Deltopia since 2008 when it was Flowtopia and Halloween for multiple decades before. These issues have perplexed many boards of supervisors and many Isla Vista residents going back generations. And no one today is here to tell you that the status quo is working, because it's clearly not. This year, I wanted to do something different, and I traveled to San Luis Obispo and met with city officials and asked them the question, what did they do that was so successful last year at curbing the unsanctioned event that they were experiencing? And their answer was that they paired organized and permitted programming for students along with restrictions to try to reduce unsanctioned parties in the residential neighborhoods. This was done with student buy-in and support, and it essentially solved the problem overnight. Students are here today telling you that they support that, and I think that that is major progress. The reality is that the ordinance that's before you today has proved limited in the past when it has been implemented to address Halloween. It made little difference in the long-term safety or size of the party during Halloween or the fiscal impact to the county. In 2014, it was students and UC Santa Barbara. That wasn't mentioned in the presentation you received from the sheriff's office, but it was really UC Santa Barbara that stepped up and funded organized programming in 2014 and 2015 that turned the page on Halloween, and I think that needs to be recognized. There are different perspectives on how an organized programming event should be done, and I certainly respect that. Those perspectives should be at the table, and so IVCSD is hosting a town hall next week where residents and stakeholders can share the vision that they would like to see in a sanctioned and safe event. But the reality is we don't have time to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We had asked the sheriff's office to delay this proposal until a compromise could be reached. They did not accept that request, but I am heartened that there has been this amendment that clarifies that the IVCSD or another public agency can pursue a sanctioned event. It would mean a lot to hear your support from the dais for a sanctioned event as critical to solving this problem in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
We will now go to Sarah Erickson to be followed by Peter Nuschel. Sarah? Is there no Sarah Erickson here? We will now go to Peter Nuschel. Oh, my apologies. Sarah is on Zoom. We will now go to Zoom with Sarah Erickson to be followed by Peter Nuschel. Sarah?
Hello, my name is Sarah Erickson, and I strongly support the proposed ordinance. I was raised in IV, graduated from UCSB, and currently live in IV. After the stricter noise ordinances were passed, Halloween did become safer. It did not take 21 years. This ordinance will work. It will likely take a few years, but with social media, word will get out just like Halloween. The current party culture is exponentially worse than it's ever been. What used to be low-key garage bands and DJs marketed by word of mouth are now full-blown public concerts that are marketed on Instagram by party promoters, in which bands and DJs from out of town, even out of state, play with amplified sounds that carry for blocks with hundreds of people attending on any given weekend. Density in IV will continue to increase, and the situation will only get worse. These party promoters on Instagram help coordinate finding houses and venues and connect the bands and DJs to these so-called venues such that they are truly public concerts. We need this ordinance passed now, and we need even stricter oversight to stop these illegal paid parties. I don't think all residents in Sespe County realize they are footing the $1 million bill to pay for the Deltopia mass casualty event. No other UC campus has county residents funding millions to pay for a college spring break party, with their students demanding porta potties, more medical tents, less police visibility, and basically threatening and inciting violence if the ordinance passes. No other UC campus or college tolerates this type of student conduct. When I lived in Berkeley for 7 years, a short 4 blocks from campus, I never experienced anything anywhere near this kind of partying and the enormous crowds. The average age of partiers at Deltopia are 19 years old. It is a college spring break party. That is how it is different than Munich Oktoberfest. Lives will be saved by passing this ordinance. Thank you.
We will now go to Peter Nuschel to be followed by Christy Harder. Peter?
My name is Peter Nuschel. I'm a 40-year resident of IV. I support Lieutenant Schmidt's plan to put an end to this dangerous party. For those who remember IV history, I was here, I lived it. Willie Chamberlain got rid of Halloween in 2 years by cutting off access to IV. Spend the money, create a traffic jam, stop this mess. The fact this dangerous, unsanctioned event continues after 16 years points a finger squarely at county risk management. Vote no on this ordinance and you are knowingly endangering the health of elderly taxpayers throughout Santa Barbara County. Regardless of how you vote on Lieutenant Schmidt's proposed ordinance, it is time the county, and particularly the second district supervisor, be held accountable for allowing the continuous waste of taxpayers' money. The grand jury needs to investigate Deltopia. I am filing a complaint with them, including Lieutenant Schmidt's report. I encourage concerned taxpayers to join me in doing so. Thank you.
We will now go to Christy Harder to be followed by Julia Barbosa, who is our final speaker on this item. Christy? Christy, we have unmuted you, and it appears you have also unmuted yourself, but we cannot hear you at this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. If you can please mute the meeting in the background, that would be much appreciated.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Did I mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
You're good.
I wanted to thank you all for listening and let you know that I'm a 12-year resident of Isla Vista. And I appreciate you students being here and your excitement, your energy, your creativity, and your joy. And the long-term residents who are also seniors, who are disabled, who are living on Section 8, we want to create a dialogue with you. I support Lieutenant Schmidt. The thing that the long-term residents are dealing with is an out-of-control party culture every weekend. It can go until midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, and sometimes there's not enough law enforcement to shut them down at midnight, so they can go until 1 and 2. So we're not just saying don't have, Deltopia. We're saying that the long-term residents deal with this and the inability to sleep every weekend. So this is Deltopia on top of every weekend out of control. I definitely want dialogue. And also the things that we're dealing with is live bands right across the street. Just in the last 2 months, there have been 3 live bands. I wake up to condoms in my yard. I see streaking. I see public urination. And the sound level is club sound. It's not a little boom box. Like they said, it's not garage bands anymore. It is expanded. And those of us that have lived here for 12 years or longer don't know if we can even get a good night's sleep. So what we're asking for is a tool in Lieutenant Schmidt's toolbox. We know there needs to be student buy-in, and we want student buy-in, and I support a sanctioned event in the business district, not in the residential district. Have a beer garden, check IDs, have headliners that you guys love. Pour your energy into this. But not many students are talking about quality of life for families with kids and disabled people who cannot move out of IV if we wanted to, because Section 8 housing is so hard to find. Thank you.
We will now go to Julia Barbosa, who is our final speaker on this item. Julia? And Julia, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end.
Dear County Supervisors, I'm a long-term resident of Isla Vista, and I strongly urge you to support the proposed changes to the noise ordinance for Deltopia weekend. This is the least confrontational and most effective tool we have to deter out-of-towners from flooding Isla Vista. Unlike checkpoints or mass enforcement, the noise ordinance is targeted and preventative. It stops large parties before they start. On the Friday night before the Halloween noise ordinance went into effect last year, there were 23 medical calls in Isla Vista after 10 p.m., and sirens were constant. On Halloween night, after the ordinance was in place, there were just 3. The noise ordinance works. Some argue that students will party anyway, and then this could make things worse. That doesn't reflect current reality. We now have the strongest social host liability rules in place following the 2023 amendments. Residents on Del Playa are unlikely to risk equipment confiscation, arrest, or an eviction record that could follow them for years. By stopping large parties before they even start in the morning, the ordinance will prevent massive crowds, which directly reduces medical emergencies and cliff falls. This is a very different scenario from the infamous 2014 riot, when disaffected crowds turned violent after partying all day. Deltopia cost nearly $1 million last year. Every alternative that's been proposed requires more deputies, more medics, more infrastructure. at a time when the county is facing a serious budget deficit. We cannot afford the financial cost, and we absolutely cannot afford the human cost of another preventable tragedy. The spirit of Isla Vista will not die because of a weakened noise ordinance. What is at risk is our ability to keep absorbing an unsanctioned event that keeps growing. Lieutenant Schmidt's evidence-based proposal is the best step we can take right now to protect the safety of all county residents. I ask you to please support it. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. Public? Lieutenant Schmidt, do you want to make any comments, and then we're going to...
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I would just like to add on the whole Oktoberfest example. That's a historical event. just for context, in relation to Deltopia, it's a city-sponsored event, very historical. There's a budget, insurance, it brings revenue. Those are nothing. None of Deltopia has anything like that. It's unsanctioned.
Thank you. All right. This is in your district, Supervisor Capps. Do you want to lead off?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the passion. I understand just to hear all of the students speak to the cultural experience that Deltopia brings. I honor that. I honor the experience, and I would hope that there can be that same cultural experience, maybe not right away at a sanctioned event, but I think that that is the direction that we need to move into because of safety, because of the shared value that has been stated by every single person that has spoken here. Because again, as the numbers bear out, this isn't a party for the local Isla Vista. This is a party that's at least half for out-of-towners. And it's really hard to figure out how to make it local. That's what we're grappling with. And EJ Rad, I know that you worry more about the future, but I can pledge to you, I plan on being here for a while, and we can change things. You all are you're in government. This is not a fixed thing. So we're trying this out. I'm going to be supporting it at this point, but this does not mean that this is the solution. I'm not in agreement that this is the absolute silver bullet that's going to solve all the problems that have been discussed here. There are plenty. I said it a lot. I'm going to keep talking about cliff safety. It is a real thing. Those balconies are very unsafe. We have to move the party to a safer place, and I'm looking at IVCSD, which has a plan to do that. That is the main driver of my support for this. We have to get people off of Del Playa. So with that, I'm going to be supporting this ordinance.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Capps. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, thank you to everyone, the students and the residents who've testified. I think the students in particular had some really well-formulated arguments and why UCSB is a top university in the entire world. Spring festivals are common on college campuses, and somehow spring brings students out, but it can get out of control, and there are a number of cities now that don't want students for spring breaks because of some of the difficulties that they faced. And yet there's a kind of exuberance. I used to represent Isla Vista, and there was a parade, and it was so much fun, and I get that, but somehow things got out of control. And it's been, I mean, this goes back a long time. When I was representing Isla Vista, DA Dudley had monthly meetings where all the different departments and interests, both in the county and outside, met. How do we keep students safe? And how do we coordinate to do that? I was involved when and got trained for UCIV, where the students stepped up and said, how do we keep each other safe and play a role in that? But when you get music going, it's almost like a siren song. And when you get these outside promoters with amplified music in an infrastructure, a really intensely crowded place that's with the cliffs very dangerous. I lived in Germany for a while, and again, it's spread out and it's managed. Okay, go. It's a lot of fun, but it is sanctioned, and it's not. Isla Vista doesn't have the infrastructure infrastructure to support that. And we heard it from our first responders. We can't get to somebody in an emergency. I mean, we can't responsibly allow that kind of thing to continue. It's just, Supervisor Capps and I have both had this experience of talking to the parents of students who've died. And it's not, I mean, that sends reverberations through our entire community. And we don't want to do it again. And we want to do everything that we can to prevent having to have that conversation and that kind of pain. You represent so much promise from your family. So much has been invested to get you here by the community in Santa Barbara, your families, and yourselves. And we can't let that career be cut short by some stupid mistake. And we have to do our best to prevent that from happening. So I'm all in favor of a sanctioned event. We've been talking about that, I know, for a number of years. And I think now that this really triggers it, we've got to do it. And we've got to make sure that it doesn't, you know, that it is joyous and exuberant and fun, and there are things to do. What's different from Halloween and Deltopia is kind of all day and all night, all weekend. Halloween is sort of a night thing. And so that's what's made, it starts in the morning, and that's what's made it a more difficult thing for us to address with the noise ordinance. So I'm supportive of this. It's not the only thing, but we've worked really hard over decades now to change the culture and make it safer. But there are a lot of predatory interests. And I've actually been in Isla Vista where, I mean, people from Oxnard, men, they come to look at the young women. It's not healthy, so we do have to figure out how to do it. And I know that Supervisor Capps she's already invested a lot, and we will support her in that. But it's time to take the recommendation of law enforcement and our first responders. They can't do their job under the current circumstances. And I'm not willing to risk another death because we didn't stand up here.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've got some questions for IVCSD, and I was just wondering if it would be appropriate if we could talk to them a little bit.
Absolutely.
Like if you guys, whoever wants to come down. I'm just curious about this because you wanted to know if I think now this is, everybody's supporting a sanctioned event. So how would that work? Just kind of lay out what your thoughts are about having something, and how would that keep people away from the bluffs? How would we kind of get to a place where we could all be comfortable?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lavanino. So the whole concept behind the alternative event as envisioned right now is to bring people away from the residential areas and into the commercial areas. And so the concept for an event would utilize public spaces in the downtown loop area. That includes parks in Isla Vista. We just had a number of great meetings with the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District and are working together collaboratively with them, just as we have for the last 3 years when we've created a smaller footprint event. We are also considering applying through the county processes for road encroachment permits. We are also considering facility use agreements with local businesses so that local businesses can take part in some sort of a safe and sanctioned celebration. A core requirement of this will be that they follow all state and county laws, paramount among them the laws relating to alcohol. And I'll pass it to Jonathan to share anything in addition.
So we are not new at this. We have thrown 3 events at Little Acorn Park during the last 3 Deltopia. So we've kind of gotten the hang of how this kind of thing goes. We were actually looking at doing a big sanctioned event in 2020, but something called COVID-19 put the kibosh on it. But Maya, who spoke earlier, is our staff member who's fully invested in making this happen. She's already almost done planning the event. So we've made a lot of progress. We've had great partnerships with associated students for funding. we don't have a lot of money. We're a small district. We have less than $2 million annual in our budget, unlike many others. So we're investing our own funds. We're trying to raise funds from private companies and organizations in the area. We would like the county to invest as well, because we think it's maybe better to spend money on this instead of on law enforcement at this event. But yes, we're going to just have entertainment zones in the area. We're talking to 2 major bands that came out of Isla Vista that are now famous tomorrow. And if we have enough budget right now for the base minimum. We have enough for entertainment zones, restrooms, security, free food, the basics. We're at like $300,000. If we had more, we could make the event even more safe and more entertaining and eye-catching to people. So we're going to take over the whole loop. That's the plan. We're not going to shut down the Embarcaderos, but the side streets. So like Madrid and Woodstocks might be one of the venues where you'd have one entertainment zone.
So when you say you're going to close down the streets, is this sanctioned with the sheriff's department? Who actually controls that?
County Public Works, who we are talking with, and we have brought it up, and we're going to be working with all the county agencies. We've met with pretty much every county department in the fall already on our plan.
Okay.
And I think Lieutenant Schmidt did like our plan, or you told me you have your support. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do want to hear from Brittany as well of how this is going to work so that like all of this meets the schedule, because she's right behind you. She wants to, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. So the outdoor festival permit requires that we contact every department that would have a say in things that are going on. So we coordinate with Public Works on road closures. We coordinate with environmental health on food service. We coordinate with sheriff and fire on public safety. And so the only requirement that we have initially is that they submit an application within 60 days of their event. So they're getting close. Talk to Maya. She's put her proposal before me so we could just take a quick look at it. But they're working on an application, and then we'll go ahead and route that application through all those departments. IVCSD has already taken the time to reach out to departments in advance so they can notify them of any red flags or things that they see that might be problematic in the time frame that we have. But that's how the process works. And so we coordinate, through our office, we coordinate with all those departments to ensure that we have sign off and that the permit covers all of those elements.
Cool. All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys. So for me, I don't know who it was that said status quo wasn't working, but I think it's pretty obvious that the status quo doesn't work. And I appreciate the physician, doctor from Cottage Hospital. Thank you for being here. That was very eye-opening. The ambulance issues, obviously very disturbing. But also, I look at it like, first off, the bluff's huge issue. The balconies are huge issues. But the students really didn't cause those. Those are like the owners of the properties, and you've been very vocal and very out front of trying to bring those into compliance. And I know we got to do whatever we can to keep them off there. What's crazy is I voted against the creation of IVCSD, and now I would love to cede control over to them to try to make this thing happen. They have the funding. They have an interest in reducing the problems. They're the closest ones to the issue. Bottom line for me is I just feel like trying to legislate, I don't even want to say morality, but it's just so hard to try to legislate to youth to try to protect themselves from themselves is difficult. So yeah, we see the issues and they see the issues from a different vantage point. So I don't mind the noise ordinance. I just think it should have been brought with the support of IVCSD, with already a permitted sanction event already lined up, so that everybody would be on the same page. Because now it feels like we're imposing this against the will of the students, when I think most of them wanted a sanctioned event somewhere. And so I'm going to sit this one out. I understand why we're creating this, but until I see that, that we actually provide them a permit path, not just a permit path, but we get a permit approved that we can go forward, And I don't know if that permit comes before the Board of Supervisors. It wouldn't. Okay, it's just staff created. So it'd be nice to at least get an update on where that is as well. So, but I do appreciate all the students being here and the residents from the community. And I promise I will behave myself at Oktoberfest. I'm still going. I don't care. But I think Roy, I might take you up on Deltopia this year just to see firsthand experience. Yeah.
So I totally appreciate, I'm sorry, Chair Nelson.
No, please,
I'm butting
Supervisor
in.
Capps.
I totally respect your vote, and it can stand, but I do want to clarify that I believe that IVCSD's opposition was based on the fact that this amendment hadn't yet been worked out. And so we can't reverse that vote, but anyway, I just want to clarify that, and so that's fine.
I don't understand. So
they
clarify
hadn't,
better.
the amendment, the fact that this pathway to them having a permit hadn't yet been worked out, and so that was the nature by which the vote was not in support of the overall ordinance. But in the interim, we've worked it out. So again, you can stick with your position, but I just don't want it to be made under the impression that they are in opposition.
So are you in opposition?
You're not able
Yeah.
to vote because you don't have your full board here, so I'm not trying to engineer anything. I don't want there to be a misconception.
I did have that misconception. So if you have a pathway for an event, are you still in opposition?
So our board of directors voted to not take a position, and a large part of the reason why is that this item was docketed for your board of supervisors before is brought to us. And when we asked at the meeting, could there be amendments made, we were told by the sheriff's office that there could not. I'm really glad that some magic has been worked and that there is this additional language to clarify that our alternative event will not be precluded by the ordinance. And so while I may get in trouble with my board, I'm personally supportive of a pathway that includes a restriction as well as an alternative event, given the discussion here today. Thank you.
Helpful. Thank you.
And Supervisor, if I just made that, when I shook my head about whether it comes to the board, it depends on the size of the event.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lavanino for that exchange. Supervisor Lee.
So I'm going to join support along my colleagues of this ordinance. Look, I went to UCSB, I get it, right? When I was there, most of you probably were still in diapers, but I understand you want to go out, you're going to have fun, be a college student, right? But the safety and well-being of the community always comes first. So I will not risk seeing from this list 2 deaths, a riot, balcony, fiscal impacts to the neighborhoods. It's not worth it. So I fully support Lieutenant Smith. Great report from the Sheriff's Department. So I look forward to see what happens that weekend, and I want to be there. I want to see firsthand the results of this ordinance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Lee. And just a few comments from myself. I think on Instagram we were called a bunch of oldsters up here. Oldsters. Oh yeah, very nice. And I get it, and I sympathize with IV, especially the wanting to have the autonomy and the self-governance and how living in a corporate area where you don't feel like you necessarily have that. But the problem is, though, is the impacts don't just impact Isla Vista. They impact EMS services, law enforcement services, taxpayers throughout the entire county, and it's something that we are obligated to address. And these are one of the tools. I think it was said that this isn't going to solve the problem, but it is going to be a tool. And, I saw on here, another thing that was mentioned was that ordinances don't change things. Enforcement does. But to do enforcement, we have to have real tools. And this is something that I think the Sheriff's Department is bringing to us, saying this is something that would help them do that. And because of that, I'm supportive. Looking at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, I'm probably the only one up here who has college-age students who go to these events up in Santa Maria. Most of us don't go down to UCSB, although some of them do. Most of them go up to Cal Poly and St. Friday's Day. Big event, but it really was the city of San Luis Obispo coming down hard on shock and awe on the enforcement side that really put the nail in that event. And it was a lot different this last year than in previous years. I know it's not fun, being the man, but at some point, we have to do what we're obligated to do for the greater good for you, but for the entire county. And because of that, I'm going to support the proposed ordinance. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I'm happy to, or again, with support and understanding that this is not what some of the students who are here want. I will support the lieutenant's proposal and support staff recommendation with, again, the amendment for a sanctioned event.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Don't need to do a roll call vote? Okay. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the conclusion of our departmental items. We will now recess to closed session. Madam County Counsel, will you please read the items for discussion in closed session today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. In closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider existing litigation, 2 cases, California's for homeownership versus the county and Richards Ranch LLC versus the county. They're both Santa Barbara County Superior Court cases, and the time estimate is about 30 minutes.
Was that 30 minutes? Okay, so we anticipate being back slightly after 2:45 to recess. There will be no additional items at that time for the public's notice, but just to recess. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are coming back from closed session. Madam County Counsel, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, Californians for Home Ownership versus the county and Richard Ranch LLC versus the county, and the board took no reportable action.
All right. That concludes our meeting for today. We are adjourned to January 27th in Santa Maria for our next Board of Supervisors hearing. Thank you.